And from the Wallace Foundation, an independent, nonpartisan research foundation collaborating with grantees and partners in the arts, school leadership, and youth development. More at wallacefoundation.org. This is NPR.
Local issues, national headlines, and your perspectives. Join us for Boston Public Radio with Jim Braude and Marjorie Egan. Coming up next on GBH 89.7.
Funding for our programs comes from you and New England Recovery Center, providing inpatient addiction treatment in state-of-the-art facilities located in Westboro, Mass. Learn more at newenglandrecoverycenter.org or by calling 1-877-MY-REHAB.
The Next American Masters explores the legacy of civil rights pioneer W.E.B. Du Bois, who worked to elevate the lives of Black people worldwide. W.E.B. Du Bois, Rebel with a Cause. Tomorrow at 9 on GBH2.
Massachusetts farms are heading into peak season, but farmers say they're running short on the one thing they can't replace: workers.
I can teach somebody to put a roof on a house easier than I can teach them how to pick broccoli. So losing very experienced workers is a real problem.
Farmers warn labor shortages and immigration crackdowns could mean wasted crops. I'm Liz Neesloss. That story later today on GBH's All Things Considered.
You're listening to 89.7 WGBH HD1 Boston. Online at gbhnews.org. GBH News. What matters to you?
I'm Jim Braude, head on BPR and GBH and NEPM. We'll start the week holding the mirror up to all of us. We've all seen the video of that man struggling on an MBTA escalator while commuters just walked on by doing nothing. He died. What does it say about all of us that no one stepped in to save a man's life? Call or text. Then it's the NAACP's Michael Curry and food policy analyst Corby Kummer.
I'm Marjorie Egan. In the second hour, we'll air our interview with Congresswoman Ayanna Pressley and her father, Martin Terrell, their first ever joint interview about their relationship, Terrell's life after prison, and more. And finally, we'll end the show with open lines about dinner times. A 6 p.m. dinner, to some, it's early, to others, it's late. But science shows eating at 6 is great for longevity. What's the best time for you? We'll take your calls and texts next on BPR.
Live from NPR News in Washington, I'm Corva Coleman. President Trump is moving to dismiss a $10 billion lawsuit he filed against the Internal Revenue Service. This is over the leak of his tax returns. NPR's Carrie Johnson reports Democrats in Congress are trying to intervene.
Lawyers for Trump have filed a notice to dismiss the unprecedented lawsuit against the government he leads. They say U.S. District Judge Kathleen Williams should have no role in probing the resolution of the case. But 93 Democrats in Congress are trying to intervene to call attention to what they call a brazen example of corruption. The Justice Department has not yet provided details of the settlement. Watchdogs worry it will give the president access to an alleged slush fund to reward allies with few guardrails. It's not clear whether the judge in Florida will try to demand more answers from the administration. She had scheduled a hearing for next week. Carrie Johnson, NPR News, Washington.
A federal jury will begin deliberating in Oakland, California today in a civil trial brought by billionaire Elon Musk. He alleges artificial intelligence company OpenAI and its CEO Sam Altman stole a charity. Musk alleges the company was set up as a nonprofit to benefit humanity, and that Altman and OpenAI have strayed from that. NPR's John Ruwich has more.
Musk argues that OpenAI and Altman strayed from the original mission and have profited from it. He wants the for-profit arm of the company to be unwound and billions of dollars in damages to be put into OpenAI's charitable foundation. He also wants Altman and company president Greg Brockman removed from their roles at the company. OpenAI's lawyers say Musk has a case of sour grapes. He was at OpenAI when it got started, but left after a disagreement about how to run it. He's since gone on to found his own for-profit AI company called XAI. Now, the 9-person jury will decide if Musk filed his suit within the statute of limitations and whether or not Altman and Brockman breached a charitable trust. John Ruwich, NPR News.
The U.S. and Israel are preparing for a possible renewal of full-scale war with Iran. A decision could come soon, as NPR's Daniel Estrin reports from Tel Aviv.
Look up at the skies in Tel Aviv, and you can see U.S. military cargo planes and aerial refueling jets in the air every day since the ceasefire with Iran. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and President Trump on Sunday discussed a possible renewal of full-scale war with Iran, according to a person familiar with the matter not authorized to discuss that publicly. President Trump said in a social media post, "For Iran, the clock is ticking." Former Mossad official Sima Shine.
I think we are very close to a decision of the president.
Iran has been holding talks this weekend with Qatar, Turkey, and Pakistan, potentially looking for a diplomatic solution. Daniel Estrin, NPR News, Tel Aviv.
You're listening to NPR News from Washington.
Good morning. With the latest from the GBH Newsroom, I'm Craig Lamolt. Local nonprofit Project Bread is asking state senators to support funding for additional caseworkers at the Department of Transitional Assistance when lawmakers debate their 2027 spending plan this week. President and CEO Erin McAleer says DTA needs 200 additional caseworkers to assist more people seeking food assistance while dealing with new federal guidelines. She says dropped calls are keeping some people from getting their benefits.
They're trying as hard as they can to get through the volume of calls. This isn't a matter of that they're being negligent or anything. It's just the volume is so high that they can't meet it.
A spokesperson for the DTA says there's been an increase in call volume as cases are more complex because of federal policy. The drought in Massachusetts has worsened across several regions, despite what seemed to be a rainy spring. Several regions are currently in a level 2 or significant drought as the Commonwealth received below average rainfall in April, according to the state's drought monitor. UMass Amherst environmental engineering professor Casey Brown says Massachusetts typically gets 4 inches of rain each month, but in April we got just 3 inches.
Even though it's been rainy in the last couple of weeks, we're still in a deficit. And really, we've been, to some extent, in some form of drought since last fall, and we're still really making up for that deficit.
The state's Office of Energy and Environmental Affairs recommends minimizing overall water use to reduce stress on local water systems. Mostly sunny today, highs in the upper 70s. Tomorrow, hot in the mid-90s, a chance of showers and thunderstorms in the afternoon. This is GBH.
Support for NPR comes from the Lemelson Foundation, dedicated to improving lives through invention, innovation, and climate action, and the William T. Grant Foundation, supporting research to improve the lives of young people at wtgrantfdn.org.
Listen to BPR and GBH and NEPM, Jim Brady and Marjorie Egan. We are streaming at youtube.com/GBH News. Tomorrow we're going to be back at the Boston Public Library speaking with Chef Lawrence Louie of Rubato in Quincy. He's a top chef competitor this season, Jim. Plus CNN's John King and Joe Kennedy III on the life and death of his Stanford roommate Jason Collins, the first NBA player to come out as gay while he was still playing in the league. One more thing, on May 27th, we'll be joined at the library by the mayor of Boston, Michelle Wu. Good morning, Jim.
I just read your piece, by the way, that you wrote when Jason Collins marched in the Gay Pride Parade with Joe Kennedy. It was great. Piece was great. The whole story is great.
Thank you, Jim.
In any case, back in February, 40-year-old Stephen McCluskey died while trapped in an MBTA escalator in Davis Square. NBC 10 first reported the incident with raw footage from the T's security cameras showing more than a dozen morning commuters walked by McCluskey. It took more than 20 minutes for a T official to stop the escalator, for medics to arrive. In that time, passers-by noticed McCluskey. Some briefly tried to help, but then walked away as all the others did. Someone finally called 911. We don't know all the details. The investigation is ongoing. We've reached out to the T for more information. They sent us the same press release. I guess they released yesterday, the other day, to the Globe, saying that safety is a top priority. When they heard about it, they pressed the red button. But interestingly, Phil Lang has not himself spoken, which is unusual, at least in my estimation. Today, though, we wanted to open the lines to talk to you about the bystander effect. This man lost his life seemingly because nobody wanted to really get involved. The video shows some people grabbing on his legs, trying to free him, but then leave. But none of these people, did any of them think to actually call for help when they couldn't do anything or wouldn't do anything themselves? In an interview with NBC 10, his sister and mother are hanging on these questions as well. Here they are.
Well, I just don't understand why nobody would help. Like, nobody would stop. Where was security? Where were the red coats that are supposed to be on all the floors from the time it opens to the time it closes? How does a busy train station and nobody stop? Nobody see them?
I have the exact same question. What does it say about all of us when something like this happens and we all do just absolutely nothing? And what do you think, I know it's all speculative, what do you think you would have done in these circumstances? The number is 877-301-8970. The video, which is today in the Globe, and I guess was on NBC 10, is just horrifying. I mean, it's just absolutely horrifying. Even putting aside the bystanders not giving a damn, but also just watching the man struggle.
I know.
And apparently his coat got caught in the I guess the escalator and strangled him, essentially. Yeah.
Either his coat or his shirt, one or the other, strangled him. What's surprising about this one is you really didn't have to do anything but call
911
and call 911. That's what's rather surprising. It didn't. No one was expecting you were going to go down there and rescue the guy all by yourself and be able to pull him out. I guess he was so tightly stuck in the escalator that took even the EMTs and the firefighters.
Yeah, but no one even tried. They didn't know that it was almost impossible.
Nope.
And let me be honest, I'm not the bravest soul of all time, but I like to think that I would have tried to physically help. But at minimum, as you just said, I know that I would have immediately called 911. And I also think I know that I wouldn't have left the scene until there was somebody there to help this guy.
An unnamed woman did call 911, and the EMTs and the firefighters, I believe they were from Somerville, got there really quickly. It took them a long time to extricate the person. That's what's surprising to me. And I was thinking, this is awful, but just last week in Memorial Drive, we saw just the opposite. The man with a long gun that was going up and down the street, and a state police officer plus a civilian, a Marine with a license to carry. Yeah. They both ran into right toward a guy with a long gun who could have killed them, and stopped him. They shot him in the extremities. By the way, they didn't kill the guy. He's still in the hospital.
Tell us. We were on the air on commercial radio. This is the
my
best.
favorite.
By the way, we're not suggesting anybody else would do this. This is the most uplifting story of coming to the aid of somebody in distress.
Yeah, this was an incredible.
What was the guy's name?
His name was Wesley Autry.
Wesley Autry, that's right.
He was also a veteran, a Navy guy, Vietnam veteran, and he was standing on the platform on the subway in Harlem, and this other gentleman apparently has a seizure and falls onto the tracks. So Wesley Autry, he's with two children, by
daughters.
The way. He hands his daughters over to somebody else. He jumps onto...
Hands them over saying, please don't let him get too close to the tracks.
Hold on to my kids.
Yeah.
He said he never even thought for a second. He just did it. He jumped onto the tracks, thought he would have time to get the man that was having the seizure out. Didn't have time for that. So what he does is he lies over the body of the guy having the seizure, holds him down, and they're in that little
trench in between the tracks,
And the subway train comes over them both, and he's so close that he gets grease on the back of his hat.
That's incredible.
And when he was interviewed after this, he said he didn't even think. He just dove in and he did. I would not be doing that. I've got to tell you.
How about the guy in Bondi Beach in Australia? The guy who tackled the gunman when he still has the gun out. I mean.
Yep. He came out barehanded. He didn't have any weapon with him, and he tackled the guy from behind. And he was shot himself, but he saved a lot of other people from being shot.
By the way, first texter, anonymous texter says, there's an emergency stop button on the escalator. They just had to hit a button. I have to say, I'm not sure I even knew that there was an emergency stop.
Well,
Did you know there was?
No, but he couldn't have hit the button. He was back down.
No. They're talking about this person's talking about passersby.
I think a lot of people probably didn't know it was there. But, I think that there was, I think that they thought he was either somehow out of it. And that played into their decision. I mean, I wonder if it would have been different if he were a child or a woman. I don't know.
Do you think also that it seems to me, we've complimented Phil Ang for being about as transparent, at least in my estimation, as a T general manager can be. Do you think they should have at least in their statement said where the employees were at Davis? It was Davis Square, right? at Davis Square? Were they on duty? How many were they?
Said,
Where were they?
They didn't say how many they were there. They did say that the person that opened up the station went around and checked the escalators and put the escalators on before, and then he went off to his other duties. And it was someone from the T that did come back. I believe that might have been after the 911 call by the woman, and checked the man's pulse. And what was really heartbreaking about this is that this a relatively young guy, 40 years old, father of two, apparently had his carpentry business, that when the second person, or maybe it was the first person, goes down and touches his ankles, he again begins like moving his legs around, trying to get out. You could see him in the video. It's heartbreaking, kind of thrashing around, trying to escape.
877-301-8970. What's your reaction to what didn't happen? And also your best guess, and we all know it's speculative, unless you've been involved in that kind of thing in the past, what you think you would do under those circumstances. Elizabeth in Canton, you're first. Hi, Elizabeth.
Hi. I just turned on the radio and I heard the story. I have not seen the video, but this happened to us when we were in New York City visiting, and a gentleman fell on the escalator, got stuck, passed out, and no one stopped to help him. But my husband and I went over. I sat with the escalator had stopped. The emergency stop had taken place, but I helped him and sat with him, and my husband called 911. There was no staff, no security, no one helped him. And it was shocking to me that the station was full and we were the only ones who went over to him. But I will say that once we went over, other people came over to help. Well,
there is that phenomenon. What did you even think for a second, you or your husband, that you wouldn't do something to help?
No. We were traveling with our young daughters, and we said, stay right here, and we walked right over. It was horrifying to me that he was lying there, bleeding, which I knew I couldn't touch him or anything like that. But I just said, we're here, we're getting you help, don't worry. And then he sort of came to, and he tried to sit up, and I said, just wait, help is coming. He was a senior citizen. He was traveling on his own. He knew his name. And, we got him some Kleenex to help him with his head. It was horrifying.
Well, horrifying, but it's sort of uplifting that you and your husband did the right thing. Elizabeth, thank you much for what you did and for your call. By the way, can I be clear about something? I am hoping that you haven't said what you think you'd do. I'm hoping that I would actually have tried to help. I'm just saying, human nature being what it is, I know that I would have done something. And again,
well,
it may have just been a call.
It doesn't take a lot of courage to call 911.
Yeah, but you say to yourself, why would you also not try to extricate him from this thing? I mean,
I don't know. What's weird is that you see in the video that a couple of people did go down and touch his feet, but then they just walked away. That was what was so weird about this. And one of the things that they talk about people in these kinds of situations, whether it's better if there are a lot of bystanders or whether it's better if there's a few bystanders.
Well, what's the most famous case in Queens? Kitty, what's her name?
Yeah, but that's kind of been debunked.
Why? What
somewhat.
are they saying?
Well, a later study said the original study was that
Well, explain what happened for those. Kitty Genovese, right?
It was a horrible situation. She was being stabbed to death. And
this is years and years and years ago.
And years. I think it was in the late 70s maybe or 60s or something. Yeah. And supposedly people heard her screaming and did nothing. But later studies said that actually some people did. Oh, here it is, Kitty Genovese, 1964. She was murdered. The initial story, and it was supposedly a symbol of the heartlessness of people in New York City, 30-plus witnesses did nothing. But apparently later on, some bystanders did intervene by trying to scare the perpetrator away or by phoning the police. So it turned out not to be as horrible and cruel-hearted. This poor woman was killed. Let's go to Anthony in Providence. Hi, Anthony.
Hello, Anthony.
Hey, good morning. How are you?
Good.
Fine, thanks.
So I guess I personally would help, but I just want to say I do understand why some people don't. For me, I always give a second thought before I do help someone because Good Samaritan laws aren't as strong as they used to be. And the first one that came to my mind about 15 years ago was a man pulled a woman from a burning car, and in the process, she sustained an injury that kind of left her partially paralyzed, but obviously the option of, burning in a car. and yet she sued him successfully, and Good Samaritan laws didn't apply. And there are all kinds of stories all over the country where people help people, and they end up in court being sued. And I can understand how you give it a second thought. You're like, I don't know what's going on over there, but I don't want to get involved and somehow become liable.
Can I tell you something?
So
I hear you. I hear you. But when you see another human being in great distress, as obviously this guy was, do you think maybe one or two, but do you think the average person is thinking about liability if they get involved? I mean, it seems to me that most of us would think, but for the grace of whatever, I could be in that spot and I want someone to help me, no?
I would agree. And I think I would, but I can understand how some people give it a second thought.
Yeah.
Maybe they're not. Maybe we're just a cold, callous society, unfortunately, now.
Well, I hope, we're something not good. Anthony, thank
a cold, callous society. I think it's this one, I hope, is an outlier.
Well, you think people care about, forget a crisis like this. How about people who are suffering in this country? Do you think there's this great uprising to help low and moderate income people are getting screwed every day?
What we need more of, and you always talk about this with the great late Barbara Anderson, let's not talk about $400 million worth of cuts. Let's go talk to Susie and Mary and her children and give more details about what they're going through. We've not been very
on the
good.
ground. Having said that, in all fairness to the late Barbara Anderson, who became a friend of mine, the head of Citizens for Limited Taxation, she wanted to cut all those programs anyway.
But what was her line about one pizza?
Oh, that was the whole thing about
Don't tell them how much
many
the pizza's
pizzas you could buy.
That
wasn't her line. That was our line, by the way. The tax cut,
our staff
big
looked
deal.
up
You get a few pizzas.
Our staff looked up a bunch of stuff. People do heroic things all the time.
Like what?
Well, this just Lantana teen recognized across the state for jumping into unsafe waters to rescue a woman without hesitation. He was 17 years old. He got something called the Carnegie Medal. They talked about, listen to this one, a college wrestler who pulled an attacking grizzly bear off his friend, was then attacked himself, but they survived. Listen to this, a woman who put herself between another woman and 4 attacking pit bulls. Would you do that?
No.
Neither would I.
No.
So some people will do these things.
They're isolated. I mean, there's Wesley Autry at the top of that spectrum of people. But again, there were a bunch of people. In the video in the Globe, you only see maybe 5 people or something like that. Apparently, in the longer video that NBC 10 got when they did a Freedom of Information request or whatever they did, there were more than a dozen. I mean, it's just, here's Barbara. My son, who was 3 at the time, and I were descending the escalator at Copley Place when his shoe got caught. Can you imagine that? Between the stairs. We could not get him unstuck. We're heading to the end and in serious danger when a stranger ran over and pushed a button at the bottom of the railing and the escalator stopped. No one else knew what to do. We were screaming for help. I can still feel the fear. So can I, actually. Heroes are rare. By the way, one thing the T should do, I'm assuming most people listening had no idea about there was this red button. There should be big signs
I didn't know either.
saying, in emergency, press the red button.
Years. Did you know there was one at the bottom?
I'm
and one
not
at the
sure
top?
if I don't know if I did.
I didn't.
I don't know if I did. Patty and JP, welcome. Hi, Patty.
Yeah, right back in.
You're on, Patty. Patty.
Hi.
Hi. What's up?
It was a few years ago. I was at South Station going home from work and going out the tracks, and there was a man in front of me. And the tracks have a platform, and then every several tracks is a lower level. It's probably 10 feet below. Between the tracks is a space, and then the next tracks. Anyway, the man was in front of me on the platform going out to get on the train, and he fell off the platform into this pit. And I stopped when I saw him fall in, and then I waited, and he couldn't get up. And so I ran back into the station where I knew there was a conductor on that train who was a really kind person. He was a big man, so we could help him. And he was a kind person, and he'd also know the procedures in South Station. And he ran right out and jumped down and helped the man. And he was the one that helped him, but nobody was doing anything when they saw him fall in. They just kept walking by.
I can't.
Good for you, too, for going
Patty,
to get somebody.
Thanks. Thank you for
That's the other thing you think was odd about this case, that no one went and looked for somebody that worked for the T or again.
Well, maybe they couldn't find somebody. We don't know.
Maybe they couldn't find somebody. But again, calling 911, I mean, almost everybody has their phone with them now. all the time, right? It was Davis Square. Did we mention that? That's
Speaking of phones, by the way, remember that fire in Switzerland, whatever?
Oh, yes. There was a
ton
lot
of
of
people
criticism.
outside are standing there filming the damn fire
Yeah.
while people are dying inside.
People are struggling to get out of the building, and they were filming it. Yeah, there's a lot of criticism for that, saying put down your phone and go try to help somebody.
Or don't put down your phone, call somebody
Yeah.
rather than filming the incident. It's really horrifying. Caroline and Natick, welcome to the show. Hi. Caroline.
Hi.
Hi.
Sorry,
You're on.
my phone was doing something funny. Hi.
Okay, you're on.
So I just wanted to tell a quick story. A few years ago, I was in Back Bay Station downstairs on the Orange Line, and those tracks are below, the street level.
Mm-hmm.
And I heard sort of a sound, and I saw this grocery bag sitting on a bench near the train tracks. And I walked over, and there was a guy that had fallen onto the tracks, but you could barely see him because he had like a black jacket on, and he was saying help, but it was very faint. And I there was a train coming in like 5 minutes, so I just started yelling. And these two men were coming down the stairs, and I said, somebody fell on the tracks, and they jumped right in and pulled him out. And I called 911 while they were pulling him out. And he was marginalized. He was not feeling good. He just had fallen out of weakness, but I heard him, and in the train station was so empty that morning, and it was random that I was even at that train station that morning at that time. It wasn't a routine, of mine. So it was just, I felt really good. And so I'm a nurse. I get involved.
No, you should. Listen, I'm really glad to hear that people like you do get involved.
Caroline,
thank you. Who wrote this note to us on the Comrex? Is that you, Zoe? Zoe, just our colleague. 911 is good. The T also has an emergency line. You can text 617-600-0683, which is good if there isn't service. And she said the T is responsive, which she's used it. How does anybody know what the number is? How do you know what the number was? She had to look it up real time. That should be posted too, because that's a very good point. You may not be able to get cell service if you're deep in the.
Well, you can go up to the top of the stairs where the woman called and called 911 from. An awful lot of people are texting who've been stuck in escalators. I guess this isn't that unusual. You better watch out what you're doing there. Somebody talks about her kid, 8-year-old sweatpants caught in the escalator, and she hit that emergency button, but she said it was really kind of scary. Somebody else said, I'm alive today because someone knew this and shut off the escalator when I was caught at the bottom of one at Macy's in New York City. Yeah, I guess there's make sure your pants are up high, I guess, when you're going down an escalator.
Here's an anonymous text. We all need to look deeper within ourselves. People always read these stories and get outraged, but someone always does or doesn't do it. People criticize litter bugs, and litter is all around us. We can't always just blame those people for not caring when at some point we could let ourselves become those people. I would agree.
Well, I think also, when you read, we've got one of these from Sanford Fairhaven. People say that they don't even think, they just do it. He said he was coming up at a church after Mass, and he saw this little girl wandering away from her parents and into the street. And he just ran out and grabbed her right before an incoming car braked a couple of feet from us. He says, I'm not the bravest person in the world, but it's all instinct.
So let's talk Wesley Autry again for a second. I think we both agree that neither of us would have jumped onto the tracks and lay our body on top of this.
Have done that.
So what would you have done in that circumstance? I remember us doing this live on the radio at the old station in 2007. But what do you do when the train's coming? It isn't like there's time to call. Obviously, you signal to the oncoming train as best you can. What do you do in that circumstance? Nothing, and just...
I mean, I think that there was nothing to do except try to pull him out.
Can you imagine the kind of person who does what Autry did?
I think a lot of military people do these kinds of things. They're trained better than we are. A lot of times
it's not like just training. It's like what you got inside. I mean, I just sadly do not have that.
But I mean,
inside.
I'm stunned by people who would Well, the guy that was in Bondi Beach in
How about
Australia.
you've seen the video of that?
He was just he was a regular
runs and tackles the guy.
Al Ahmed, a Syrian Australian Muslim shop owner, received international praise for disarming one of two gunmen. He was unarmed himself. Surveillance footage showed him leaping out from behind a parked car.
I remember.
To wrestle the assailant to the ground, disarming him before Ahmed became wounded himself.
It's Bondi Beach. I knew we were pronouncing it wrong.
Bondi?
Thank you, whoever. Yeah,
I thought it was Pam.
And by the way,
Bondi
the guy
related.
is in the hospital. Do you see him interviewed? It's like it's a big nothing. Just thankful he could help people. I mean, what happened to us?
I don't know, Jim.
really.
I think I could call 911. I think I could do that much.
Really? Okay.
But you'd do it if it was a kid, like Sanford for Haven stuff. You saw a kid, you'd do something.
Well, I don't know.
I think you would.
That's another human being.
Yeah.
McCluskey was another 40-year-old
I'm proud to say
human being.
it was a woman who called 911. Okay, after this quick break, thanks for your calls and texts. Michael Curry, head of the League of Community Health Centers, the NAACP. We're going to talk to him about the Voting Rights Act and more. This is a GBH on BPR and NEPM.
When we look back at the American Revolution, we're not just looking at history. Each story reveals how a young democracy struggled with questions that still echo today. When we look at our past, we uncover what remains fragile now. Discover our series From Colony to Commonwealth at gbh.org/America250.
Our programs are made possible thanks to you.
And Cambridge Trust, a division of Eastern Bank, dedicated to helping individuals and businesses pursue their financial goals with a full range of banking and wealth management services. Learn more at cambridgetrust.com. And Bunker Hill Community College, offering 6-week summer mini-sessions to achieve college and skills goals. Sessions start June 1st and July 13th. Registration is open. bhcc.edu/summer.
Welcome back to BPR and GBH and NEPM. Marjorie Egan and Jim Browdy streaming at youtube.com/GBH News. Tomorrow we are at the library, and by the way, everything is fixed, so please do show up. Chef Lawrence Louie of Rubato in Quincy, which is great, by the way. He's a top chef competitor this season. Joe Kennedy III, former congressman, is going to join us, not to talk about politics, but to talk about his former roommate at Stanford, Jason Collins, who was the first pro player in one of the 4 major sports to come out as gay, male, I should say, a lot of women do, while still playing in the NBA. He died a couple of days ago. We're going to talk about Jason Collins and CNN's John King. And then the mayor joins us, Mayor Woolham, May 27th. Is Michael Curry ready for us? Okay. Michael Curry is logging in. He is, well, we can say who he is. He's the CEO of the Mass League of Community Health Centers on the board of the National NAACP. He'll join us in just a couple of seconds. The first thing on our agenda are these All Roads Lead to the South rallies yesterday in Alabama.
Thousands.
Crossing the Pettus Bridge, as was done, obviously, historically, decades and decades ago. Pretty impressive. The more I think about this voting rights decision by the Supreme Court, there's a great story this morning in either the Times or the New York or the Washington Post, I think, about the timing of the Supreme Court, how they did it for maximum confusion and maximum screwing of people of color, voters of color in this country, and it's totally true. If they wanted to not cause chaos but wanted to rule that way, they could have ruled months ago. And most other cases wait till June, in which case there wouldn't have been this outrageous redistricting at the last minute, including in some states when people already started voting. It would have been for the 2028 elections or even 2030 in some cases, not now.
You could argue they're trying to help the Republicans and help Trump.
Exactly. Joining us now is Michael Curry. Michael, good to see you. Michael?
I don't think he can
He's
hear.
frozen.
I don't think he can hear us yet.
He'll be here.
Good to see you as well.
Oh, hi.
There he is.
Hey, Michael.
Yeah, Michael, we were just talking.
Good to see you as well.
Yeah, we were just talking about the All Roads Lead to the South rally. Thousands of people, bus, car, by plane. to protest what's going on in the southern states, Alabama, Louisiana, Georgia, etc.
NAACP, one of the sponsors
Yep,
of that, too.
yep.
Yeah.
What do you think?
He's frozen again.
He's frozen.
It's not that he doesn't think about it, but he is.
Can you hear me?
Yeah,
not
we can
really.
hear you. We can hear you a little bit.
Can you hear me?
Now
Yes.
we can.
Okay,
Yes.
I don't know
Take
what's
it away.
going on. I apologize.
That's okay. That's okay.
Yeah, I don't. We know this is one of those critical moments in our history where, we got to fight for what we believe in. So, that march over the last few days was really about the NAACP and other civil rights organizations convening, showing that we're resisting this moment where we gutted the Voting Rights Act just over 60 years ago, or under 60 years ago. We were celebrating across this nation that we were expanding the franchise, that we understood that in this nation's history, folks were denied the right to vote and then impeded in their exercise of that right to vote. We're only 60 years from that decision, and that this country, we're having to fight again for what we were fighting for 60 years ago. That was really the statement of that march, is to let the world know that we're resisting.
Also, since we last spoke to you, which I think was right after the Supreme Court had ruled, I mean, not only did I just mention the timing was such for maximum confusion, some of this redistricting is happening after people already started to vote. The Supreme Court also rejects an appeal from Democratic legislators in Virginia to reinstate the redistricting that was approved by the voters in a statewide referendum. And the reason it was knocked out 4-3 by the state's highest court in Virginia is over what I would consider to be a technicality. So essentially, I know this is not news, Supreme Court has done everything to undercut not just the Voting Rights Act itself, but any opportunity for there to be fair and equal representation of people of color in this country. I mean, it's so clear on its face. We're losing.
Yeah, I mean,
Michael, we're gonna try to get you on the phone.
Have
This is not. We're having real trouble. We're gonna call Michael and try to do it on the phone in about 30 seconds. So stay tuned for a second. You also see I think the only Democratic seat in Tennessee. Steve Cohen is not running for re-election because he knows the redistricted Tennessee seats are unwinnable for a Democrat. What they did in Memphis, by the way, is they split up what was, I don't know if it was majority black, but a huge percentage of black voters. They split them into 3 districts so they could dilute the voting power of black voters into 3 very likely Republican districts.
And there were big protests in city buildings in
Michael is
Memphis,
back on the phone.
Tennessee about that too. People protesting what happened there in Memphis.
We were talking about Steve Cohen, the only Democratic congressperson from Tennessee, deciding he's not running for re-election because the division of Memphis made it virtually unwinnable. And by the way, even though it's a majority black district, correct me if I'm wrong, Michael, that Memphis seat, he's a white guy, but obviously somebody who the voters in that district felt adequately represented him. Now they won't have that opportunity.
Right. I mean, when you represent the interests of a district, it doesn't matter what race, color, whatever their difference is. They want to know that you care about their bread and butter issues. They want to know that you see them, hear them when it comes to healthcare, housing, education. And in that case, we have a dilemma we're faced across the country, Clyburn and others, where if they dramatically change their districts, it might result in elected officials on the federal level, at least initially, make a decision around whether they run for office again, because they will be basically evicted, using that as a verb, out of their communities, out of their seats. So to your earlier point about the Supreme Court, we knew elections have consequences, that when you allow sort of the stacking and packing of elected of the Supreme Court with political folks, that they make political decisions. So all of those Supreme Court hearings we sat through are now bearing fruit for Donald Trump and his followers, and is going to yield all these adverse decisions to DEI, to women's rights, to affirmative action related cases, to court, the drawing of maps. We should be disturbed that this is the moment we're at in American history.
Yeah, by the way, let me just make one comment because I know what the texts are going to say. Well, Democrats are going to pick liberal-leaning people. Republicans pick conservative-leaning. The difference is not that they're not entitled to pick someone who shares their philosophy. In many of the hearings, confirmation hearings for Trump's judges, they just lied to the senators about where they fell on precedent and things. It's one thing to have an ideology, which I guess everybody does, even though theoretically you judge a case on its merits. It's another thing to lie outright during your confirmation. You know, one other story that is literally...
It's another thing to pretend that racism is all over in the United States of America. How can people with brains actually think that? You know, that's...
Well, you're assuming they do think. I'm sorry, Michael, go ahead.
No, I just said it's hyper-partisanship, right? Ultimately, your job is to follow the Constitution. So no matter what your political affiliation is, this is a blatant disregard for the Constitution. And I think that's the moment we're in, is that as we get ready to celebrate 250 years of this nation, what the contradiction is that we're actually ignoring the founding documents because people have realized that in order to win, you need to lie, you need to ignore the facts, the data, and the Constitution, and that'll end in the results that you always wanted to have, and you couldn't achieve it through normal political means.
You know, the other thing, we talk to you about this every time there's a major institution that fades on DEI. The American Bar Association, sort of the trade group for lawyers in this country, didn't just fade on DEI. They're the accrediting agency. They accredit law schools and make a decent amount of money doing it. And because Trump threatened to take their accreditation power away, they not only have no longer required, which they have for a long time, that diversity, equity, and inclusion be part of the deal with these colleges. They also eliminated a rule they just passed a few years ago that a legal education has to include some curriculum on bias and racism. And when Marjorie and I were talking about this morning, she did what she usually does, with which I totally agree. They're not strong enough to stand up to Trump. And I looked up the numbers, Michael, I may be off a little. I said they must get a ton of money from accreditation. By my math, they get $6 million from accrediting law schools, and their annual budget is $212 million, which means they could have lived without the $6 million. What was your take on this thing?
Yeah, we heard from the leaders of the ABA that they made this decision. And are evolving towards the ultimate decision, I should say, because they are concerned about funding.
Yeah.
And here's what I find interesting is that I teach, and I think both of you know, I had been teaching over the last several years diversity, equity, inclusion in the law class at New England Law Boston. And this is the whole notion that we want our students who go through law school, no matter what their race, background, to understand the evolution of our laws as it relates to DEI. That's one. Two, we want the classrooms to represent the rich diversity of our nation. And we historically have denied access to medical schools, law schools, and other institutions. And for institutions to be intentional about inclusion and diversity, this is overturning all of that effort that had been made. And I think I'm embarrassed, as we know that some of these associations like the ABA and others were complicit in prior years with not recruiting and not holding up to the diversity within our academic institutions. This is their moment to stand up, and they're not.
You know, I was rereading over the weekend because it's a little narrow book, that Tyranny, a book by Timothy Snyder, and we used to say you can't make any connections between World War II and stuff. But his point about collaboration, I think, is so powerful, that powerful people then and now are collaborating with, I would say, the enemy, really, that's
the
trying
Tech
to
Bros,
do.
CBS, a bunch of law firms.
And you see Americans standing up in their own small ways, but you see these very powerful people that could survive without their funding for a couple of years because they're all lawyers or they work for this big, ABA, and folding like chairs at the supermarket.
Marjorie, I woke up as I was thinking about the conversation with the two of you today, and I was thinking about doing an op-ed around the illusion of allyship.
Yeah.
Many of these folks were not allies in the first place, right? They did it because lawyers in their firm pushed them to, or members of their association pushed them to, or members of their corporation got them to give funds or hire a DEI leader. But the reality is they were never tethered to this effort and the whole premise about why we need DEI. So the retreat became quick, became effortless, and that's where we are with many of these organizations.
Well, the most egregious example of that is right after when all of a sudden after not Michael Brown, who was the guy who was killed in Minneapolis.
George Floyd.
George Floyd, right after George Floyd, all these businesses were obviously adopting these wonderful policies. And you said it was obviously performative because when they had the first opportunity to scamper in the opposite direction, the vast majority of them just ran away. It's just, I hope people remember who these entities are when they're making life decisions or purchasing decisions or whatever it is. You know, speaking of bad news, we had some good news. We're not going to get to it, but one more piece of bad news. These ghost networks, is this in the Globe, this story? Were mental health, where theoretically these health insurers are listing companies, mental health people, professionals who are available in your area, who take your insurance, on, meet your needs. And in huge numbers of these cases, as they say, ghost networks, these are phony, that they don't meet the needs at all. They just do it in an attempt to lure people to join their health insurance plan, Michael.
Yeah, I mean, this is not a new issue. It's an old issue. We know that Attorney General Maura Healey took action in this case in 2020, reached agreements with several health plans here in the state. We know that there's been national efforts by Center for Medicare and Medicaid Services to go after ghost networks and make sure the provider directories are accurate, up to date. I mean, the bottom line for listeners is this. When you decide you need care, you need to know that the directory is accurate, that you can reach someone, that you're going to have someone who meets whatever specifications you're looking for, that they speak your language, they have a particular expertise in your illness or mental health or physical health, and that you'll be able to get an appointment, that you won't have to keep calling 60, 100 providers and basically defer care. You know, access delayed or care delayed is care denied. And we have to make sure that these directories are accurate. So I think the Division of Insurance, the Attorney General, and others just have to convene. I don't believe here in Massachusetts we have the nefarious effort or the effort to intentionally mislead people with the health plans as I deal with them directly. We know that's across the country, but the problem still needs to be addressed, that the directories may not be as accurate as they need to be.
Michael, thank you very much.
Sorry about the connection issue. I don't know if it was us or you. Regardless, we're glad we got you on the phone. Thanks for your time, Michael.
My apologies, and congratulations on 150th most influential.
Thank you. We squeaked in.
We didn't squeak in. We moved up to 48 this year. What do you mean we squeaked in? We moved up 4 spots.
We moved up 4 spots.
Thank God Michael understands the significance, even if Marjorie doesn't.
Okay.
Michael, thanks.
Thank you,
You're a good
Michael.
guy. Thanks
We're
so much.
speaking with Michael Curry, CEO.
By the way, he's on list too.
I know. What number is he?
What number are you?
He's gone. He's gone. He can't tell us.
He should have been ahead of us.
That's
pretty obvious.
He squeaked above us. I am pretty sure. We've been speaking with Michael Curry, CEO of the Mass City Community Health Centers, on the board of the National NAACP. Coming up, we're going to talk with food policy analyst Corby Kummer. He's going to tell us why eating dinner at 6 o'clock instead of later can help you lose weight. I'm Marjorie Egan. He's Jim Brady. This is BPR and GBH and NEPM, streaming at youtube.com/GBH News.
I'm Jared Bowen. Today on The Culture Show, another episode of Read on Arrival, our book club devoted to short books with long afterlives. Literary connoisseur and former ICA director Jill Medvedow leads the way. This month, we're taking on Jenny Erpenbeck's 96-pager Things That Disappear, a collection of prose pieces that grapple with disappearance on scales both large and small. That and more on The Culture Show today at 2 on 89.7 GBH.
Support for GBH comes from you.
And the Office of the Massachusetts State Treasurer. The Unclaimed Property Division is holding unclaimed funds from utility bills, uncashed paychecks, savings accounts, and more. To see if you have unclaimed money, you can visit findmassmoney.gov. And GM Roth Design Remodeling, providing custom kitchens, bathrooms, and accessory dwelling units. Their design team works to create living-in-place solutions tailored to the needs of each home and family. More information at gmroth.com.
Welcome back to BPR and GBH and NEPM. Marjorie Egan and Jim Browdy streaming on youtube.com/GBH News. Tomorrow at the library, Chef Lawrence Louie of Rubato, which is great in Quincy. He's a top chef competitor of the season. Joe Kennedy III talk about the life and times of his Stanford roommate, Jason Collins, played in the NBA, the first player in any of the four major male sports who came out as gay while still playing. Margie wrote a beautiful piece about him, actually, in the Herald years ago.
Thank you, Jim.
When he marched in the Gay Pride Parade here. CNN's John King and the Mayor Woos, May 27th. Joined now on Zoom by Corby Kummer. Corby's the Executive Director of the Food and Society Policy Program at the Aspen Institute, Senior Editor at The Atlantic, and Senior Lecturer at Tufts Friedman School of Nutrition, Science, and Policy. Hello, Corby.
Hello, Jim. Hello, Marjorie.
Hello. Corby. I'm going to start with this NBC News piece about families going hungry because of food stamps. The opening graph is that outside the suburban office building in Phoenix, already 15 people had showed up. One of them was Tiffany Hudson with her 7-year-old son cradling his blanket. She got there at 7 a.m. At the front of the line was a woman hooked up to an oxygen tank who had arrived at 5:30, 90 minutes before the building opened, to make sure she was going to be able to get in to get some food. That describes a sort of desperate situation.
You know, it's a bureaucratic nightmare for everyone now trying to get their benefits, sign up for them, or renew. And as it happens, this is a beautifully researched piece everybody should look at. Wonderfully reported by NBC News. Arizona is the state that has had the steepest drop-off since H.R. 1, the One Big Beautiful Bill, went into effect. Enrollment has dropped by half. It's a shocking statistic. It includes 200,000 children. And there's the chill effect. As it happens, I just got off a 40-minute prep call for a panel I'm doing on SNAP restrictions next week. My Food and Society program is doing, and a woman in charge of all Texas food banks was saying that what personnel haven't been fired who administer the SNAP programs have been moved from enrollment and administration to quality control. Why quality control? Because all states are dinged if they have over a 6% error rate, which means they've given too much food or too little food. That's been part of the bill, and so they're all really afraid of getting dinged, and so there's nobody left to help people who are just arbitrarily cut off. The NBC piece has a woman with 2 sons, one autistic, who's had to move into one room in a 2-bedroom apartment shared with others just to be able to continue to feed her family. There's no explanation, and it's right out of Kafka because you can't get anybody on the phone. She has driven hours after spending hours on the phone just to show up, constantly being told you're lacking one more piece of paperwork. It's a bureaucratic nightmare, and it's deliberate.
It's a story worth reading because I think a lot of people say, well, work rules are fine or this new rule is fine. Even if you buy that, the points that Corby's making, they're screwing people who are entitled to the benefit. And then when they try to get the benefit reinstated, you can't find anybody with whom to speak because they've cut staff too. Thank you, Elon Musk and Doge. So Corby Kummer, I am horrified by the fact that bromated flour may be illegal in places, including New York, which means the end of the classic New York bagel.
Yeah.
Now, the only reason why my rage is somewhat tempered is because I don't know what bromated flour is. So what is it?
You really don't have to worry or be outraged.
Why?
So starting in the 1940s, when additives and chemicals were the way to better living, bromate was added to flour as a way to make it more stretchy. It's easier and quicker for bakers to work with. So it was really good for commercial bakers and industry. It's not the only way to get spring and pop, as some of the bakers in a fun, good piece by Julia Moskin in the New York Times have said. None of this bromated flour existed before like the late 1940s. Pizza and bagels did exist. And so if you let pizza rise longer, it will still have the spring and the air you want. Might not have quite as much rubber, the way I guess Saturday Night Live had folding New York pizza slices that everybody wants to be able to get, but it doesn't refer to flavor or quality. That's from the time and care of bakers. So there's ways around this chemically added, enhanced flour that made life easier, and in some, but not all cases, cheaper. General Mills doesn't charge less for bromated flour as other places do. So Jim, don't worry. Go to places that have bakers who will take the time to improve the quality of their bagels and pizza.
You know what's interesting in this story? Apparently, since the 1980s, there's been these experiments that showed that bromide, this potassium bromide, was linked to cancer in rats, thyroid and kidney. So all these countries
I knew you were going
banned
to say
it.
this. I know.
China, Canada, India, all the European Union countries, and here in the United
We're
States,
better than those
it's
countries,
just
right?
Screw the people that are eating this stuff. The lobby for bromated flour, whatever the heck it is, must be huge in D.C. or something. I mean, it is amazing how here we are in the United States with all our obesity problems and health problems, but the government, doesn't help us. They just take the money and run.
It's the grass loophole. We keep talking about the grass loophole, and it's not about your lawn. It's about generally recognized as safe additives to food. More than 200 additives have long been banned in the European Union, but not the U.S., because companies in the U.S. can just tell the Food and Drug Administration, which is itself in turmoil, this is safe, it's fine, we've run our own studies, nothing to see, don't worry about it. So, Marjorie, there's like 199 more ingredients where the bromate came from.
Okay, so Corby, to put this in some context for you and listeners, I eat fish, I would say, 5+ days a week. Marjorie eats nothing except shrimp when Roger Berkowitz owned Legal Seafood. That's about the... And
I'm not a big fish. I do eat tuna fish in a can.
That doesn't count. That's not
fish.
It's not.
Of course,
fish.
it's fish.
Yeah,
That's
fish.
that's
Fish.
fish.
Well, but
Thank
not-
you, Corby.
Okay, excuse
Why
me.
doesn't it count?
Well,
Hold
because
on.
it's in a can.
So
It's-
what? There are millions of people that eat a lot of tuna fish. Tuna fish is good for you, isn't it?
Yes, it's good for you to recall that I eat sardines almost every day for lunch, which Jim doesn't exist.
Yeah.
Believe in there in a can.
Okay,
Yeah.
as I was
Thank you, Corby.
saying, I have to say, as much fish as I eat, quite proudly, unlike Marjorie, I don't know if I said that, I have never eaten shad, which apparently is our founding American
delicious.
fish or some whatever the hell it is. What is shad, first of all?
Don't make fun of shad.
I'm
It's
sorry.
New
I'm
England
so
heritage. I went to high school in Windsor, Connecticut, which had the annual Shad Derby,
Of course.
which was a fishing contest.
Yeah.
But sadly, there haven't been at the celebrations actual shad available. Why?
Oh.
Shad was a very plentiful fish. It's like mackerel and bluefish in that it's got lots of healthful, beneficial fish oil that would really make your health better, Jim. But it's enormously difficult to bone. And so restaurants don't ever want to bother with shad because it's like 17 cuts, this piece of the Times was saying, as opposed to 3 to debone a trout. Now, there's a very difficult, kind of primitive, ancient bone structure that makes it really hard. It is such delicious, dark, like red meat of fish, textured fish.
Where do you get it? Where do you get it?
You can almost not get it. It's very rare. It's available a few days a year. It's so little commercially fished. Along the Connecticut coast, still Madison and Old Lyme, Old Saybrook, I think, towns in Connecticut do still have these annual festivals. But the best you can generally get is shad roe, which are 2 lung-shaped sacks of eggs that you You saute in butter, and then they have this wonderful texture and flavor, and they're fabulous. So you can get shad roe. It's generally served with bacon, so Marjorie, you would enjoy the bacon with it.
Yeah, I would like the bacon.
And again, it's a spring thing in mid-May to June, but it's definitely part of New England's heritage. It helped turn around a revolutionary
George
war,
Washington was eating
battle
shad.
for George Washington.
Good for George.
It was free and plentiful. It's just commercially difficult. You have to stay up all night in fishing boats in cold spring weather because it's cold in Connecticut and Massachusetts in the spring and New Jersey. But it's great fish. And if you ever see it in a market, go to Courthouse Seafood, go to a local place and try to get some shad.
That's on Cambridge Street in Cambridge.
Yeah.
By the way,
Jamie
Jamie says,
yep,
read what Jamie
that
says.
apparently the shad are in the Merrimack River, but based on that fact alone, he'd skip it.
Okay. By the way, Marjorie would eat it if you could smush it with a fork and add mayonnaise
no,
to
I
it,
would
and
not.
it came in a
I
can.
don't want, I don't want, or sardines either for that matter.
Okay,
However,
so Corby, we're going to talk to our listeners
we are.
in a few minutes about eating time. Where does the original story come from that prompted this discussion? There's
Telegraph.
Okay,
in
there's
England.
a
Yes,
story
that's right.
about how
Thank you, Corby.
we shouldn't eat too close to bedtime. You can tell us why. If you eat late, you got to stay up later because you got to space out the whatever. And that the ideal time, it's not like one size fits all, but sort of it does, that 6 o'clock is good, 8 o'clock is too late. And by the way, one of our colleagues, how old is Zoe? How old are you, Zoe? 30? She's 30 years old. She eats at 4:30 in the afternoon. It's like
so she's going to live forever.
She's at the early bird special for 30-year-olds, wherever the hell she lives. So tell us why that's a good idea, assuming you agree, Corby Kummer.
So in the days when people didn't really object to the monarchy, the expression was breakfast like a king, lunch like a prince, and dine like a pauper.
Ooh.
Always have the bulk of your calories at the beginning of the day because it's when you needed them. It really stands to reason that your maximum brain and especially physical activity is during the day and during the daylight hours. And so circadian rhythms, the rhythms of our body that are attached to sunlight and night, are designed to metabolize food during the day, not at night. And in the middle of the night, there's supposed to be cell repair. Cell repair is when cells divide, repair themselves, and apparently if they're being bothered by having to metabolize food you had from that piece of pie at 11 p.m., there's a chance that they would be less efficient and could even cause cancer because they're dividing. That's the irregular division of cells.
What time do you eat dinner?
Me?
Yeah, you probably eat late.
7 p.m.
7 p.m.
Oh, you're
tonight at 6 p.m. based on this article.
And what time do you go to sleep? I don't mean to get into your intimate affairs here, but what time do you go
11.
to sleep? Oh, well,
11.
that's
so
easy
a
to
couple of
spend.
hours is always good. You should have a couple of hours to digest food before you go to sleep.
But just a little piece of pie, that's not a whole dinner. Can't you have a little sweet treat right before bed or not?
Yes, there's just no fixed rules about this.
Okay.
The Telegraph piece quoted a Dr. Panda in England as saying, when I restricted my calories from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m., I lost a lot of weight. Whenever you restrict your calories by lopping off hours of the day when you don't eat at all, you do lose weight. That's the way it works. But he's also defending the idea that you need to space out time so that your body has a chance to shut down, go to sleep, get ready for the night. And it certainly makes sense. When you think of the New England farm, what was dinner? Dinner always meant midday, 1 p.m. after the hours of dawn to noon or 12:30, we're done of the maximum amount of work. That was the big meal of the day. There was almost no supper. That's the way every farming culture worked.
Yeah.
So dinner it's a industrial revolution, office culture thing to have a big meal at night, and it isn't good for you.
So wait a second. I hate to mention my experiences in places like Italy and France because Marjorie says, "Oh, Jim's having dinner in Italy and France." Get it out of your system.
Tuscany.
Okay. One of the great joys when you go to those places is you eat outside late at night and you're eating dinner till 11 o'clock. How come they're all not dropping dead the next day, Corby?
How do you know they're not? It might take them a couple of years to drop dead. You're not watching.
Exactly.
You're not studying them.
Exactly.
I don't think he'd say that at the
No,
Aspen,
listen,
whatever the hell it is.
semi kidding. The Italians have other habits, which is the whole idea of a large family meal at night is the way it is in New England and other all other cultures that were affected by the Industrial Revolution. It's new. The main meal was also lunch in Italy, and you never have a dessert at night in Italy. Never, ever. The most you have is fruit. And in fact, we're at the fruit. Siamo alla frutta is an expression meaning we've reached the end. You know, there's never a dessert. If there are ever sweets in Italy
No
served,
gelato or
it's the
biscotti
afternoon.
or anything? No?
Sure, you would go walking, late at night. This is your idea of a slice of pie before bed. You would have an early-ish dinner, like 7 o'clock, 7:30 max, but usually the Italian dining time is 7 p.m. too. And then maybe you'd go for a walk with your friends at 10 o'clock, and you'd be walking anyway, so you'd be helping work it off because you were walking. You'd have a little dish of ice cream.
Okay, so
But
Seth,
that's very different from a huge meal at night.
Seth, Texas. So does this mean I should no longer go to bed with a string of spaghetti from the plate to my mouth? The answer is no. Do it. I mean, I do it and then just stay up till like 3 a.m. Seth, thank you. Corby, that was excellent. As always, it's nice to see you. Be well.
Thank you, Corby. See you soon. Okay, we've been speaking.
What time do you eat? I don't even know. What time do you eat dinner?
You know, it's different times. I mean, if I'm going out, I'm not going to eat at 6 o'clock usually. But if I'm home, I don't know. How about you?
Well, that's a good answer, Marjorie. She has
I'm
no
not sure.
idea. By the way,
I'm
we're going to
not
have
sure.
that discussion with you guys after we talk to Ayanna Pressley and her father.
Better come up with something.
Yeah, that
before we
was
talk
rather
to them.
pathetic,
Yeah, that was
actually.
pathetic.
She's
Okay.
embarrassed because she has a boiled potato for dinner standing up in the kitchen.
We've been speaking with Corby Kummer, Executive Director of the Food and Society Policy Program at the Aspen Institute, Senior Editor at The Atlantic, and Senior Lecturer at Tufts Friedman School of Nutrition, Science, and Policy. Say goodbye to those folks listening on NEPM, but make sure to tune into the Fabulous 413 starting at 3 this afternoon. Ayanna Pressley and her dad, they are next on BPR.
Unlock all NPR Plus podcasts by supporting GBH and enjoy exclusive perks like the Sunday Puzzle Podcast, early access, and bonus episodes from some of your favorite shows. Learn more at gbh.org/NPR Plus.
Funding for our programs comes from you and White Flower Farm, a mail-order plant nursery in Connecticut, offering garden plants, growing supplies, and gifts for gardeners. More at whiteflowerfarm.com. And New England Recovery Center, providing inpatient addiction treatment in state-of-the-art facilities located in Westboro, Mass. Learn more at newenglandrecoverycenter.org or by calling 1-877-MY-REHAB.
You're listening to 89.7 WGBH HD1 Boston. Online at gbhnews.org. GBH News. What matters to you?
Welcome back to BPR. I'm Jim Browdy. She is Marjorie Egan. We are streaming at youtube.com/GBH News. We've talked often with Massachusetts Congresswoman Ayanna Pressley on the show. Born in Cincinnati, raised in Chicago. Pressley's an only child, like me, raised by the late tenants' rights organizer Sandra Pressley, her rock during childhood and college. Pressley credits her mother with instilling in her a dedication to public service and activism. Her father, Martin Terrell, was not there for much of her childhood, struggling with addiction, spending 16 years in and out of prison. Ayanna Pressley came to Boston to go to BU. She stayed here, and in 2009, she became the first woman of color elected to Boston City Council. And in 2018, another first, winning a seat in Congress, the first woman of color ever to do so in our state's history.
Can a congresswoman wear her hair in braids, rock a black leather jacket? Wait a minute. And a bold red lip. When it comes to women of color candidates, folks don't just talk about a glass ceiling. What they describe is a concrete one. But you know what breaks through concrete? Seismic shifts.
Listening proudly in the crowd that night, her father, Martin Terrell. Once free, went on to spend 2 decades working in higher ed, including at the United Negro College Fund, and writing in 2021, You're Only Innocent Once, and Once Is Not Enough, and more recently, an incredibly powerful collection of poetry. That was in 2024, Unseen Scars. You can find more about his work and writings on his website, martinterrell.com. Father and daughter both join us on Zoom for their first joint interview. Congresswoman Martin Terrell, it's a pleasure to have you here both together. Thanks so much.
It's good to be here, particularly with my daughter.
I had a feeling that was true.
Let's start with that. Congresswoman, what was it like to have your dad with you that night when your election night?
Well, you know, in my formative years, there were so many milestones that we were robbed of. And so increasingly, it's been a great joy and a privilege to have him for so many of these defining moments in my life. I mean, he was at my high school graduation when I gave the commencement speech. He was there in the city council when I first was inaugurated. He was there election night for Congress. And most of all, he walked me down the aisle to the love of my life, his son-in-law, who he has an extraordinary bond with. So I'm just so grateful for our journey.
What was it like for you, Martin Terrell, to be there for those moments?
Each of those things were very important to me. But I think the crowning achievement, her mom had gotten married to another man who was important to her. But what was important to me was that I was the one chosen to walk her down the aisle. And that, to me, was one of the crowning achievements of our relationship. And throughout the years, we'd done many things together. And one of the most important was how I had gone to her high school graduation, and she, in her kindness, showed me her speech. Like I could look at her and judge what she could talk about, because she was always a better talker than her dad. And she continues to do that. What do we want with our children? We want them to be better than us, and she's proven that because she's better than I am.
You know, Martin Terrell, I feel I have to be transparent with you. I don't know if your daughter's ever told you that election night when she was running for Congress, I had predicted regularly on this show that Ayanna Pressley was going to get crushed by the incumbent by 30 points, and it didn't turn out that way. I just feel I have to tell you that to establish our relationship. Congresswoman, speaking of your father and his pride, I was told by a reliable source that when you were sworn into Congress, your father gave you a plaque that you keep in your office. You're nodding. What does that plaque say?
It just speaks to his pride. I think what's most resonant for me, I mean, my dad is a wordsmith. He is a writer. He was a professor of journalism. He's written textbooks. He's written biographies, autobiographies, poetry. So he's never short for words, and he's very eloquent. But the most powerful part of that plaque for me is Love, Dad, because it really tells the story of our journey. For many years, I referred to my father by his first name in conversation with others, and maybe even to him directly, or I didn't address him really in any sort of paternalistic way. But he has earned that title. I'm extraordinarily proud of him. And Dad, one of the moments that stays with me, perhaps at my high school graduation when I was delivering the commencement address, and afterwards you said to me, you were very emotional, and I said, Dad, why are you so upset? And you said, because you're extraordinary. and I didn't have much to do with it. And I corrected you then, and I have many times since then, because it's simply not true. I don't only have your cheekbones and your long nose. You know, I credit you for informing and shaping my Black consciousness, for all of the books that you sent me when you were incarcerated. It's because of you that I know Baldwin and Malcolm X and Langston Hughes and Nikki Giovanni and Sonia Sanchez. And so I just hope you know that even when life got in the way, I knew I was loved by you. You were still parenting me. And although my mother has been featured prominently in my origin story, that I claim you vigorously, gladly, proudly, and you have so much to do with who I am today.
Well, that has always meant the world to me, because I see you. I've written some poetry about you, and it's just too long to read here. But you are my flower. I mean, from the moment, you know, when you came home, you were an early child, and you had to be in an incubator, and your mom and I, you couldn't sleep by yourself, so you had to sleep on my chest, right here. And somehow that chest melted into my heart. That's where you really slept. And I don't know.
Thank
you never left there.
Thank you, Dad. I always knew that I was loved. And, you know, I have to say my mother did an extraordinary job in that way. She always made sure I knew when my father was incarcerated that I was conceived in love, that I was wanted, that my father wanted a daughter, that he was often the only one that could call me. And so even in my childhood, not understanding addiction and that it is a disease, and even in all the ways that I felt resentment for his absence, I always knew that I was loved, and I always knew that I was wanted.
How were you able, Congresswoman, it's interesting what you just said. Were you able in one body to feel resentment at the same time that the person whose lack of physical presence you resented, you also felt loved by? How did they fit into each other?
Yeah, because my mother never spoke ill of him, you know, and, you know, as a child, when there would be moments when he would call and I wouldn't want to speak to him, but she prioritized those things. And when I would travel to Ohio, where he was incarcerated, to visit my godmother in the summers, it was very important to my mother that I visit him, that we have time together, even if that could be traumatizing or triggering in its own ways. So those lived experiences really shape the work that I do now in criminal legal reform, why I understand how important those familial bonds are when someone is incarcerated, and how important they are in reentering to break the cycles of recidivism.
We want to discuss the work you're both doing, but I don't want to leave this just for a second. I want to hear, Martin, if I may, on the other side of the spectrum. Your daughter described what it was like not having you there, even though she also described the connections. How hard was that for you?
Well, at first it was extremely hard, because when she left, she went to Chicago with her mom, and leaving me there in Ohio, it was like part of my soul had been taken away. But as she said, her mom kept the time. Her mom never berated me. And that kept me alive with Ayanna, though at times it was difficult for her, as she said. But that spark was alive in me, and that kept me churning inside, even as I was locked up. But I was able to do little things that kept me in touch with her, that I knew that we were still alive to one another. So I was able to continue on in her success and the little things that she had, that I could touch her in those small things. So our absence was not a total absence. It was a knowledge that we cared for one another and we still had a link. That was the key, that there was still a link there. And without that link, I would have been crushed.
Martin Terrell is, of course, the father of our Congresswoman Ayanna Pressley here in Boston. Written 2 books, You're Only Innocent Once and Once Is Not Enough, plus your book of poetry from 2024, Unseen Scars. You said you could grace us with reading one of your poems today, Martin. You got one picked up for us?
Here's one of them. I call this one Still a Slave. After the War of Northern Aggression, Northerners picked slaves up, dressed them in freedom, pen-stroked them free, christened them as Negroes, and loosed them blindly upon the land. And after seeing what they had done, Northerners smiled and felt morally superior to Southerners. But Southerners knew the Negro was still a slave by another name and continued to treat him as one. Over time, Negro slave quarters became the ghetto, and the new slave quarters the inner city. Slaves of the inner city weren't Negro or even black. They were educated African Americans with a hyphen and still treated as slaves. Inner city slaves became slaves to their own enslavement, unwitting victims and architects of their own destruction. And Southerners smiled.
Martin Terrell, you know, I remember reading, Congresswoman, that on a particular Father's Day, and maybe it was more than one Father's Day, you spoke to the fact that I find this number stunning and so depressing, that at any one time, as many as 2 million people in this country have at least one parent who's incarcerated. What was the core of your message to those younger people who had at least one parent not with them?
I wanted to bring visibility to what it is when that is your family model, that you have an incarcerated loved one or parent, and what is the impact of that. There was great shame that I carried about having an incarcerated parent, about my father's absence. There was no shame for me to carry in that. And as I grew older and better understood systems and policies and the conditions that created that for my father and what made the path harder, but also the things that uplifted him, you know, like second chance Pell Grants and how essential that was to the degrees that he earned while incarcerated and once he was no longer incarcerated. So I wanted those children to know that I saw them, and I wanted to bring visibility to their struggles, to their hardship, and maybe take some of that shame and isolation away.
You know, Martin Terrell, we mentioned before, you've had an extraordinary career, United Negro College Fund, academic dean, higher education, writing these 2 books. How did this happen for you? I mean, were you studying during the time you were incarcerated? Did you study before? How did it work?
Well, it didn't begin in prison. I had an opportunity in Cincinnati to go to a college prep school. And at that school, that's where I got the bug to get educated. And throughout my life, I just had an opportunity to want an education. Now, in different environments, it's not as easy to find that channel to get a good education. So when I went to prison, I was in a different channel, but I never lost that drive to be educated. And I always had the tools to get that education. And I just fortunately was in a prison that had a joint program with the college. And since I was in there for 6 to 25 years for something I didn't do, I had a chance to hook into that college. You've got free time, use it.
And you got a big scholarship to journalism school, I read as well, which is, that's pretty impressive.
That was unusual.
Yeah, I bet.
Congressman, can I go back to something you said before that is stayed with me through this discussion? You said that for a time you referred to Martin Terrell, your father, as Martin, and then not all of a sudden, you didn't say that, but then he was Dad. What was the moment that caused that, and what was the thought process that was in you?
Pretty impressive.
To make that transition.
That was unusual.
Yeah.
It happened organically. There was trust
Congressman, can I go back to something you said
more
before?
Of a regular
that is,
cadence of communication.
Stayed with me through
I
this
mean,
discussion.
Dad, if I might, in my experience when my dad
for
came out,
a time you referred to Martin Terrell, your father.
Neither
as
of my
Martin,
parents
and then
ever coddled me or patronized me. Like my
you
mother
didn't
never
say
talked
that.
baby
But
talk to
then,
me.
he was
And when you're an
Dad.
only
What was
child,
the
you see the
moment
humanity in
that
your parents much
caused that,
earlier,
and what was
right?
the thought
So they kind of
process
level with
that
you about things.
was in
And Dad,
you?
you may not remember this, but when my dad came out, he said, I've been gone. I think I'm going to focus first on being your friend. He wasn't someone that came out immediately like, let me go and do this paternalistic, bang my chest sort of thing. And maybe there was a part of me that did want that because I sort of made him a superhero in my mind, and I attributed every hardship that I experienced, every trauma, to his absence. So maybe I wanted some of that paternalistic, protective thing, but he just leveled with me. Like, I'm not going to just immediately say, hey, Dad, do this or consider this. He really wanted to establish a friendship and a trust with me. And then I would say, Jim and Marjorie, the inflection point certainly was the transition of my mother. When my mother passed away, he really took on an even more pronounced and active and intentional role.
Martin, were you nervous once you were out and you began reestablishing a deeper relationship with your daughter? Were you worried that she wouldn't be accepting of you?
Well, I knew that she had established herself and she knew who she was. And she really didn't know who I was totally at the time. So as she said, I was leery about coming on to her as her dad. So I wanted to take things slowly because I wasn't sure how to be with her because I hadn't taken responsibility for her. I was locked up. So I wanted to take it slow. I wanted to be her dad, but I didn't want to put her off by trying to be her dad, and I hadn't been. I was locked up. So I wanted her to take the time to see me as a dad. And that's what I tried to do.
So, Martin Terrell, you've been there for a lot of these moments, as Congresswoman Pressley just said, high school graduation, the night she beat Michael Capuano and went on to become our Congresswoman here.
Walking down that aisle.
Walking down that aisle as well. What are you most proud of in your daughter, Ayanna Pressley? What makes you the most proud?
Well, there are so many moments in her life that I'm very proud of. But one of the things that I'm very, very proud of is the way that she takes time to look at where she is and doesn't jump. I can remember when she wanted to go from city council to council person, she took her time and decided this is where I want to go. She didn't make a decision momentarily to do that. And she's had a lot of guys who were interested in her as a woman. But she decided that, look, here's a guy who's a man, here's a guy who's interested in me as a woman and can be the kind of man that I can respect and love. And he was the kind of man that I could love. He was a real guy. And that's what I was proud of her, that she could see the difference between a boyfriend and a man friend. And that's...
Don't interrupt him, Ayanna Pressley. I know you're tempted to. Don't do that. Keep going, Martin Terrell.
And to me, she had reached a maturity that made her a real woman. And that's what I'm most proud of her.
Ayanna Pressley, before we go, what are you most proud of in Martin Terrell?
Yeah, I mean, he just overcome so much. He's beloved by his siblings. He's an adored big brother. You know, I'm impressed with all he's overcome, you know. And I want to say a moment that stands out in my mind, Dad, is at my wedding and that first dance. And, you know, again, my mother always made sure I knew I was conceived in love. And so a song that I really associate with my childhood is Stevie Wonder's Isn't She Lovely? And we played that every birthday as a tribute to both of my parents, because my mother talked about the significance of that Stevie Wonder song and how much it meant to her and my father about me. And that was what we danced to. Our first song together with Stevie Wonder, Isn't She Lovely? So I thank God that my dad never gave up on me. I thank God that I never gave up on my dad, that we never gave up on we. And when I do go to places like MCI Norfolk, that's the appeal that I make to the men that are incarcerated there, who I see so much of my father in them. Don't stop fighting for your children, even when they ignore you, even when they seek to distance themselves, even when they withdraw. They're paying attention, and it means everything, even when you might feel that they don't care anymore. Because I clung to that even in my adolescence, in my lack of understanding that his addiction was a disease, and all the resentments that I had caught up in that, the thing that I clung to was that I was loved. He never stopped fighting for me. It didn't matter if I opened the letters or not. It didn't matter if I opened the gifts or not. He never stopped.
On that note, I can't thank you both enough for spending time with us today. Martin, it was an honor to meet you. Thanks for your time. And Congresswoman, as always, thank you. This was really something special. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Dad. You're just so darn cute.
He is pretty cute, by the way. If I may add, he is a pretty cute guy. Good to see you too.
Very
Take care.
much for being with us, and congratulations, Martin Terrell, for your great work. And
Great.
Congresswoman, thank you very much again
Thank
for
you,
being
everyone.
with us.
This has been great.
Great.
Thanks for letting us share this.
Absolutely. We're happy to, grateful to. We've been speaking with Massachusetts Congresswoman Ayanna Pressley and her father, Martin Terrell. You can get information about his books at martinterrell.com. That's TERRELL, martinterrell.com. And thank you again for being with us. I'm Marjorie Egan. He's Jim Browdy. You're listening to Boston Public Radio, streaming at youtube.com/GBH News. Someone, thank you very much again for being with us.
This has been great.
Great.
Thanks for letting us share this.
Absolutely. We're happy to, grateful to. We've been speaking with Massachusetts Congresswoman Ayanna Pressley and her father, Martin Terrell. You can get information about his books at martinterrell.com. That's TERRELL, martinterrell.com. And thank you again for being with us. I'm Marjorie Egan. He's Jim Browdy. You're listening to Boston Public Radio, streaming at youtube.com/GBH News.
I'm Edgar B. Herwick III. Today on the Curiosity Desk, if you know this tune, you're gonna want to tune in. We meet the man making the radio station of 1970s and 80s dreams a reality in 2026.
I'm a KRP in Cincinnati.
That's the Curiosity Desk today at 1 on GBH 89.7.
Support for our programs comes from you.
And PNC Bank, who believes when you pay attention to the details, amazing things can happen. Like when you check the pockets of a jacket you haven't worn since last fall and find $20. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. And Vivo Performing Arts, formerly Celebrity Series of Boston, where Boston stages come alive with classical, jazz, dance, and more. Info on season ticket packages available at vivoperformingarts.org.
Welcome back to BPR 89.7 GBH. Marjorie Egan and Jim Browdy streaming at youtube.com/GBH News. Tomorrow at the library, and the library is working fine, we're told. Chef Lawrence Louie of Rubato and Quincy. He's a top chef competitor this season. Joe Kennedy III will join us to talk about his college roommate, Jason Collins, recently passed away. CNN's John King and the Mayor Wu, May 27th. We're ending the show with something we talked to Corby Kummer about the concept of, I never heard the term, chrononutrition, which suggests that earlier evening meals can make significant improvements in your long-term health. You can actually live longer and stave off obesity and cancer, or some kinds of cancer. Apologies to the Europeans, I was mentioning before, who love a 9 p.m. dinner or later. Lines are open at 877-301-8970. Call or text. It's dinner time, sort of, on BPR. Anyone with a 9 to 5 knows that 6 p.m. is almost impossible to do. So what time do you eat? And not only what time do you eat, but what's the reason for why you eat when you eat? So what tips and tricks do you have for getting that healthier early meal? And if you eat later, do you make sure to space out, create space between the time you finish eating and the time you go to bed? Or do you just say, forget it? I'm going to do the what the hell diet. I just eat and go to bed and don't worry about it. 877-301-8970. Now, when we talked to Corby about this about 30 minutes ago, Marjorie had no idea when she eats dinner. Now, you've had about 30 minutes to figure it out. Do you have any idea when you eat dinner?
Well, it depends. It depends. Sometimes I'm not usually eating at 6. I would say
when do you eat?
7 is probably the
How do you
earliest.
decide when you eat?
Well, if I've got the family, then I decide when I finish cooking.
Uh-huh.
If I don't, then I just eat whenever I'm hungry. But usually that's not very much at
I
night.
get up at 5:22 every day. I eat dinner at exactly 6:30 every night. Unless there's no reservation at a restaurant.
Okay,
6:30.
well,
when I'm home or in a restaurant.
Okay, and you space it out. That's the crucial thing. You're supposed to space out dinner.
Exactly.
3 to 4 hours
I'm
before
so glad
bed.
you said that.
Yep.
Here's how I space it out.
Uh-huh.
I eat dinner. I
Yep.
finish, 7:30, 7:45. I space it out by brushing my teeth and then going right to bed. So the spacing out, it's at least 3 or 4 minutes between the time I finish a meal.
Well-
By the way, I live a fairly healthy life. I eat fairly healthy. As I said earlier, I eat a lot of
You
fish,
do.
which is much
You're
better.
a vision.
Whatever. I'm not a bit. Well, I am a vision, Brian. I eat a lot. Don't eat a lot of red meat and that kind of thing. I don't eat boiled potatoes with butter for
Nothing
dinner.
wrong with boiled
like
potatoes.
Marjorie. Okay, but
Maybe
what
the butter.
The only I do not. I do prefer to eat late. And I do go to bed early, so that is a bit of a problem. But let me tell you, all the experts say it takes your body longer, I wrote this down, to shut down. And shutting down is a good thing because if you eat too late, there's less time for your body to process sugars and fats, which is a bad thing. It affects your weight. It affects your some diseases. And apparently you live longer if there is a greater space between, as I said. Here's an interesting statistic. Last year, the number of reservations, am I right about those? Yes.
Yes.
For dinner went for 6 to 8, which is, and you'll hear in a minute, comparatively early, went up, and the number of dinner reservations from 8 to 11 used to be the chic thing, have dramatically gone down.
Early bird special is getting a moment.
You ever done the
here.
early bird special?
Well, not because I was thinking about the early bird special.
Just
I mean,
happened
the
to
early
be
bird
there?
special is supposed to be where you get cheaper food. Isn't that the idea of the
Well,
early bird
yeah,
special?
well, because a lot of old people can't make it
Yeah.
past the early bird special. I don't mean in life, but they can't stay up past like 6. So they go do it and you save a few bucks.
But I do think people, you see more people, and they're not early bird special people. They're young people in restaurants.
You know what
I
the
think they're not
problem
doing the
is?
pandemic. Listen to this person.
What is it?
They just said, been doing this for years. I have to get up at 3 a.m. for work, so I basically just eat breakfast and lunch. No nibbles after 2:30 p.m. I'm in perfect health in my 50s, other than an annoying bunion.
Let me tell you something. The joy of having a nice long dinner late is spectacular. I mean, it is great, unfortunately.
Uh-huh.
What do you mean, uh-huh?
Well, you're like at every restaurant.
But let me
in
tell you,
town.
it's not restaurant. I eat at home 5 or 6 nights a week. That's not the
Every
point.
time you turn around, you tell me about something fantastic.
Well, then
restaurant
don't
you just
turn
went to.
around, and then you don't have to worry about it. So let me just say, you've made me forget what I was going to. Oh, I'll tell you what I was going to say.
What were you
Why
gonna
don't
say,
you
Jim?
say to me, even though you know it's healthier, in light of the fact that you go to bed very early, which I do most nights,
Yeah.
why don't you eat earlier? Why don't I eat earlier?
Why don't you eat earlier, Jim?
Because if I ate really early, and this is true, I'd eat all over again. If I ate at 5:15, for example, or at 3 in the afternoon, like Zoe,
Yep.
I'd be eating again at 6 o'clock. You can't, because I enjoy my whole life this, heavy breakfast or big
Yeah,
breakfast.
that's what they suggest.
Medium lunch. That's what Corby said. Medium lunch and a small. That's ridiculous. You look forward to. Don't you look forward to dinner? Well, you don't. Do you look forward to dinner all day long?
I
do.
do. Well, I know I don't look forward to dinner
Well,
all
I
day
do.
long, actually. But I like to have something. I like to have
Okay.
dinner. They say you should eat milk, like protein, fish, or meat at breakfast, and milky stuff like yogurt.
Can I tell you a secret that I've never
Greek
shared
yogurt, high
before?
protein. What is the secret,
My best
Jeff?
friend,
We're ready.
when I was growing up, and he grew up to be very healthy. He was
Uh-huh.
actually a huge media star, so he was great.
Really?
He would
Who's
have a
that?
salami sandwich with a slice of salami that his mother gave him. I can't say his name.
Oh,
Every
okay.
night before he went to sleep. Now here's
we know
Nadia.
who that is. Huge media star, Jim Browdy.
Nadia-
Yeah, you had that in bed. You were in,
in bed,
when
lying
you ate
down.
that huge
It's very hard to
salami.
ingest something when you're prone, by the way, but not too hard. Here is Nadia from London. This is in capital letters, the first sentence. Corby is wrong, wrong, wrong. I mentioned this, Nadia, to Corby. Go to Italy or France. That's exactly the two countries I mentioned. You'll be eating dinner around 9. You will not be bloated. You will not feel ill. You'll wake up fine the next morning, even if you've had 2 bottles of wine. It's all about this is a very good point. It's all about the junk in the American diet. It's still Nadia talking. I walk around grocery stores with all of my barcode apps. My new one is called Olive. And I scan barcodes and see all the crap that is added to
Wow.
our foods. This is great.
Wow.
To make us bloated and feel sick. So it's not the time of eating, says Nadia. It's what's in your food. Eating crappy food at 6 p.m. or crappy food at 8 p.m. is going to do the same thing to your body. Wow.
Well,
That's a person with very strong opinions.
but then they got this guy, Professor Panda. I don't know if he knows what he's talking about, but he's
Yeah.
quoted all over this story, saying that you can get a food hangover if you eat too late at night, and it's not from liquor, it's from the food because your body cannot digest the food because it's supposed to be fixing the cells, as Corby said earlier. But
I never
don't-
heard of this Olive app that Nadia. The Olive app primarily refers to the popular holistic food scanning app that helps you identify, this is great, hidden allergens, harmful additives, and toxins in grocery items. How great is that?
And I'm going to get it right away.
Wow, it's
Adding
incredible.
it right now. Go to the App Store.
Okay, let's go to Gina and Mattapan. You're first. We're talking dinner time and health or something. Hi.
How you doing?
We're good.
Good. So I eat at 5:30.
Why?
Well, I've always have for years because I feel it's better. Like, I always eat. As long as I eat by 7, I'm good. But 5:30, because when I used to work outside of Boston.
Yeah.
When I get home, the first thing I would do was make everybody's dinner or have dinner. You sit down to eat, watch the news, and that'll be it for the night.
What time do you go to bed?
About 9 or 10 o'clock.
Well, you're the dream. You eat and you have multiple hours of space. How's your health, Gina? I don't mean to probe, but how you feeling?
For 67, I'm good.
Well, great. You sound great.
I have joint issues, but that's normal.
Okay. Well, stay healthy and thank you. That's 5:30 dinner for Gina and Mattapan, and she doesn't go to bed till 10. She is like the dream when it comes to what we've been reading about, Marjorie.
I try to practice intermittent fasting, which allows for slower insulin absorption. Did you know that? I eat my first meal between 11 a.m. and 12 p.m., have dinner between 5 and 5:30, which is not more than once a week. When they go out for dinner, I have to break that rule. I try to take a walk after dinner. I don't eat again until I wake at 6 and just have coffee until lunch. I don't snack between lunch and dinner.
What is wrong with this person? I mean, what's the joy in
doesn't
life?
Sound like much fun, does it?
Really?
Yeah, I don't think so either.
Do you know what I realized?
When do you eat your chocolates? That's what I want to know.
Do you eat chocolate?
I do. I eat chocolate.
How much chocolate? Do you eat that high cocoa or whatever the hell it's called kind of thing?
I go right across the street to the Lindt Chocolate Place, right across the street from the Boston Public Library, and I buy bags, about 100 in a bag, and I have a stash in my house.
But they're not fresh if you have 100 in the bag. Remember, someone told me they had to be fresh.
I love them, Jim.
Now, Andrew in Westford, listen, what is wrong with Andrew? We're talking about what time you eat and the health implications. Here's his text. Why is Jim's watch so high on his wrist? What do you care? Why it's so
that is kind of weird.
High on my wrist.
Usually it's closer to your hand.
Yeah.
Are you losing weight?
No, it's because
sliding down your wrist.
No, it's
because you're no longer eating the salami sandwich.
I have lost a few pounds, but it's not for that reason. It's because I don't want it to interfere with the fork when I am shoving it in. 877-301-8970. What time do you eat, and why do you eat at that particular time? Marjorie is hoping by the end of the show, which is at 1:00, she will figure out how can you not have a regular? I just realized, how do you not have a regular eating time? Why would you not have a regular eating time?
Well, it depends. Like, I like to go to hot yoga, so that doesn't get over till 7:00. So you don't get home until like 7:15 or 7:30. Those.
You know what? Can I tell you? I have a solution for that. I generally bring a snack with me to hot yoga. I've always found that same thing, that salami sandwich while I'm doing hot yoga. Really, it slides right in, the sweaty salami.
So that's my obnoxious reason for what I sometimes eat later in the evening. But it depends. If you got your whole family there, or you got your partner there, then you got to make something. But if you're just by yourself, you don't have to make anything, and you can just have like a peanut butter and banana smushed together.
But can I tell you, that's not even dinner as far as I'm concerned.
But that's what they're saying. Don't eat lightly at night.
I don't care what they're saying. I'm telling you, dinner is one of the great joys in the world. Eating out is even better, and even eating out is even better than that, Marjorie.
Well,
and so peanut butter and jelly does not satisfy any of those criteria.
I didn't say peanut butter and jelly. I said peanut butter and bananas. Or skip the bread and just have peanut butter and bananas smushed together. Teddy's smooth, unsalted peanut butter.
Okay, we have to take a break.
Together with a banana.
Before we do, anonymous texter, if you can answer this. Does Mr. Potato Head eat early dinner? And if he does he eat potatoes?
He's right out in the hallway.
He's on top of the microwave.
Should I go get him?
During the break.
I'll
Bring
go
him
get
in,
him during
okay?
the break.
We got to take a break, Marjorie. This is where you say we got to take a break.
Okay, we're going to take a break. We're going to be right back. We're talking about when you should eat dinner and, why Jim thinks about eating dinner all day long.
I do, actually.
89.7.
And I plan it out, unlike you.
GBH, we are here.
Marjorie's attitude, as long as there's a potato lying around the house, I'm all set.
I love potatoes. We're streaming at youtube.com/GBH News. Right back.
In 1972, 5 men were arrested at the Watergate complex. The story could have stopped there, but 2 reporters had greater instincts, including following one shadowy source's instruction.
Just follow the money.
I'm Jared Bowen. For our next watch party, we're revisiting All the President's Men, the newsroom masterpiece starring Robert Redford and Dustin Hoffman as Woodward and Bernstein. Call in to tell us how this classic resonates now. That's on The Culture Show, Friday at 2 on GBH 89.7.
Our programs are made possible thanks to you.
And the University of Massachusetts Amherst. UMass, the state's flagship public research university, empowers students to be the future in the pursuit of progress for Massachusetts and beyond. More at umass.edu. And Classic Harbor Line, offering a range of cruises for families, corporate gatherings, and sightseeing day sails throughout the summer in Boston. More at classicharborline.com.
Welcome back to BPR on GBH 89.7. She's Marjorie again. I forgot who each of us were, and I'm Jim Browdy, and she's Marjorie again. We're talking about dinner time. We read a story. Where did we read the story again? Was it in the Globe?
Oh, it's a bunch of places. It was in the Globe. Yeah.
Okay, about how eating at 6:00, if you can, is it's not one size fits all. It's close. Is healthy because you should have a decent amount of space between that so you can digest it. And if you eat at the right time, we'll find out why Marjorie's laughing in a minute. It is not only a disease preventer, it allows you in some cases to live longer. It will not It'll make you less likely to be overweight, all those sort of things. 877-301-8970 is the number.
Okay. I maintain a very regular meal schedule as a texter. Every hour on the hour.
Yeah, well, that's sort of how I've lived my
We
life.
eat too late because it takes me an hour and a half to drink my martini before I cook. Maybe that's my problem. And then this person, Elizabeth in Wellesley, has a great strategy for avoiding late night snacking. Eat dinner, then brush your teeth. Even if it's 7 p.m., you will feel done with eating for the day because you won't want to have to brush your teeth and floss a second time.
Hey, you guys, I just called the number. The phones aren't working for whatever it's worth. I just called and it didn't go through.
It can't even
so you
text?
can text
Can
us.
they
No, they can
text?
text. You can text us and we'll get the phones. Oh, here they are. In a second, the phones are working again. 877-301-8970. You downloaded it during the break?
Olive.
Did you get Mr.
Excited.
Potato Head? You're going to get Mr.
Oh,
Potato
here's
Head.
Mr. Potato Head. Can I hold him up?
Yeah, that's excellent. No,
Oops,
no,
goes
that's
the other way.
backwards. That's
There's
right.
Mr. Potato Head. We
Yeah.
keep him at the ready.
He
in
did
the
not have a
hallway.
potato for dinner. He had peanut butter and jelly, actually, is what. Thank you. Okay, you can put that down now.
He's awful cute, isn't he?
Okay, so here is Anonymous. In order to preserve family dinner time, did you read this in my house with 2 high school athletes? We eat way later than I would like, usually around 8 p.m., but usually sometimes later. It's worth it to have that time as a family most nights of the week. When my kids are out of the house in a couple of years, we will definitely move dinner time to early in the evening.
That's a
Please
great
let
point.
us know when they
That's
move.
a great point. I think you have to do that if your kids are in sports in high school because they get through late. They practice much
It's
too
a
much.
very good point.
Much too much.
Yeah.
And then, you feel kind of, if you're going out to dinner as you do like 4 times a week.
I don't go out to dinner. First of all, I don't go. I go out to dinner maybe
always
1.5
going out to
times
dinner.
a week.
You're
I do.
always going out to
No, I'm
dinner.
going out to dinner every time you
have
turn
been-
around. You said
It's very. you should get some award for keeping restaurants afloat from here to Cape Cod. You were
No.
like Mr. Dine Out, but don't you feel a little silly making a reservation at 6 o'clock? Don't you feel that's not very cool?
you do it online. People don't know what.
Well,
how
you
do
show up at the restaurant at 6 o'clock.
You just wear a disguise. I mean, what I've done. You wear
comes
one of
this
those
loser.
mustaches and you take it off when you sit at your table. So it's not that embarrassing.
Okay, Alexander from Attleboro. Thank you for calling.
Hey, how are you?
I think we're good. How are you?
Doing all right?
Good.
I wanted to say 2 things. The first one is that Marjorie is absolutely right with the peanut butter and banana.
Thank you.
God, please.
Thank you. Isn't it the best?
But why is that?
It is the best.
Why?
It is the best.
I can't tell you, Jim. It's something about the combination
Yeah.
that is really great. There are certain foods in the world that, when combined together, they make no sense, but they taste good.
No, I'm
Okay.
not. Excuse me. I'm not quarreling
have
with
to
the
do it
combination.
right.
Excuse me.
If you take the
I'm talking
fork
about
and
for dinner.
squish the banana into the peanut
Alexander, that's the issue. For dinner, peanut butter and jelly?
butter. Not peanut butter and jelly, Jim.
Peanut butter,
Peanut butter banana.
banana, whatever.
Yeah.
How about that, Alexander? For dinner?
It's not dinner necessarily.
Am I talking to him?
I would.
You would?
I would.
Very
Not
satisfying.
regularly, but I would. For
Okay.
Sure.
Thank you,
Continue.
Alexander.
Keep going.
A vote for
You're doing
peanut butter
very
and
well so
bananas.
far. Keep going.
The other thing I wanted to say is
Yeah.
I think that having children also impacts how early you eat or late.
Yes,
I mean,
absolutely.
My daughter's 10 years old, and when she was born, we had dinner at 5 p.m. every night because consistency is the healthy part. Of
That
the
is a
whole thing.
very excellent point. What time? How old is she? She's 10 now. So what time are you eating now?
I still eat around 5:36 just because it's all muscle memory now. It's
Yeah.
what I got used to.
Yeah, but wait a second. So what time do you go to bed there, Alexander?
I go to bed around 11.
Wait a second.
11:30.
And you don't eat dinner again like at 7:30 or 8?
No.
Oh my God.
Do you have a
No.
peanut butter and banana snack maybe at 10 o'clock, Alexander?
I mean, like I said, I'd be happy to, but
Yeah.
no, I try not to eat after dinner. I try to have a full dinner meal,
Okay.
and I begin a routine for bed around 10 o'clock.
Mhm.
Usually read for about a half an hour or
Yeah.
longer before bed, and
Oh,
so
good.
all that kind of occupies my mind away
Great.
from wanting to eat.
I eat for about a half hour before bed instead of doing reading. Thank you, Alexander. That was an excellent, excellent call.
Peter
Thank you.
in Mystic says he heard a gastroenterologist
Yeah.
on NPR, so
No.
it had to be right, say most of his patients' problems would go away if they would stop eating 3 hours before they went to bed.
Really?
I've heard of that in terms of acid indigestion. What do you
What
call
is
it?
acid indigestion?
It's when you have a acidy thing in your throat.
What does that feel like? I don't know.
It feels like acid. I remember often when you're very pregnant, you get that because your stomach is so squished.
Do?
Yes.
Huh.
It's one of those little things you have to do during
Wow,
you're very
that's
pregnant.
incredible. The number's 877-301-8097. We're talking about dinner times, and if you've thought about the health impacts of when you eat dinner as opposed to the fun aspect of when you eat dinner. Can I repeat what I said to Corby before, which is what that texter from London said? If you were to list say to me, Jim, tell me what the 10 great joys in your life are. Why don't you ask me that?
Eating.
No, not just eating. Eating late at night in summer outside,
Champs-Élysées,
like at 8:30,
and having coffee.
Not Champs-Élysées. It's Rue Claire where you have coffee. But I'm serious, by the way. You ever done that? Eating out late and had dinner,
love to eat
even
outside.
in Somerville
I love
or
to eat outside.
Brookline, but late. I'm talking about.
Now, this texter is criticizing Corby and our whole premise
What?
again, saying the Spanish eat dinner around 10 p.m. and have a longer life expectancy than Americans. They do, however, have lots of acid indigestion.
So here is an anonymous texter. We work late, so we have to have late dinner. But we have zero health issues whatsoever since we switched to the Trump administration's excellent dietary recommendations. We have a piece of chicken, a piece of broccoli, a corn tortilla, and one other thing. Who said that? Was that the first term?
I think was it Carol Levitt who said that?
They did say, and one other thing. That's exactly.
Yeah.
Can someone look that up and figure out
though?
what that was?
That was I think was that the recommended dietary thing?
Oh, it was the food price things. Zoe said.
Yeah, fruit.
Oh,
price.
Brooke Rollins. That's right. Secretary of
yeah.
Agriculture said that.
That's what you can have for dinner every night.
You have a piece of chicken, a piece of broccoli, a corn tortilla, and one other thing. All right, when you couldn't afford, because you could do it for like $3 or whatever.
Yeah, that wouldn't. You'd be pretty skinny if you did that.
Can I tell you how many one other things I eat every single day? By the way, they just pile up, and there's like a mountain of those babies by the end of the day.
Yeah. Okay. 877-301-8970.
What?
I can't read.
Well, here's one you can read.
I can't read.
Anonymous texter: carrot cake is the perfect food and perfectly acceptable for dinner. It hits all the food groups. Now, even though there's sugar in there, which is obviously not good for you, is the fact that it is carrot intense, does that make carrot cake a relatively healthy kind of thing?
I don't know if carrot cake is relatively healthy, although I am very fond of it. Somebody else is saying forget bananas, peanut butter, and bacon on raisin toast.
Peanut butter? No. I'm not. Can I say something to you? This is not
You know
really
what you
our
do with
topic.
bacon?
I want to say something to you I've never said in all the years we've known each other. I am not a great believer at all. In fact, I'm an opponent of mixing sweet and savory. I just don't like that.
Oh.
I don't like that.
You know what? It's the
like
best,
when you get a donut with bacon on it.
No,
I mean,
one of my best friends from down at Cape Cod, I grew up with her, Carol. She's a great cook.
Yeah.
Every time I go to it, she has something in her house. What she does is she has bacon with brown sugar on top.
No, I'm sorry.
Oh my God,
No.
it is unbelievable, and it's so easy to make. You just put all the strips of bacon. You cook it in the oven. You don't do the pan anymore. Put it in the oven and sprinkle the brown sugar over it. When I went to a funeral in Memphis, Tennessee,
they made it.
They had entire log cabins at the bar made out of bacon with sugar on it, and people would go up and they'd take a piece of bacon off the log cabin. I must have eaten 12 pieces of bacon.
How many times have you made that since you like it so
I have
much?
not made it.
Are you contemplating making it?
I'm not. Well, I go to Carol's house.
Well, can I tell you, it's not that hard
to
to put bacon on a tray and then put brown sugar on top of it and throw it in the oven. It's not that complex.
But everybody loves bacon.
They do.
Yeah, I tell you, when I had the birthday...
Well, not everybody loves bacon. Most people love bacon.
No, I had the birthday party for one of my grandkids over at the house, and I had all this leftover bacon, and I must have cooked about 150 strips of bacon.
Let me tell you, the happiest we've ever been here, when our hours were different here, Azita is one of our coworkers. What Azita would do on Fridays, which was brilliant, is she would go,
to
Edgar
Whole
knows about
Foods.
this, you go to Whole Foods,
Yeah.
since bacon is so light, you fill up like a wheelbarrow of bacon, which costs like $1.20, and you bring it to the newsroom.
She was...
Is his mic on? Is Edgar's
His mic
mic
is
on?
not on.
She was like a reigning queen when she would walk in on a Friday
it was
with
huge.
that tub of bacon. tub of bacon.
And it was cheap because it's so light.
The places that made the bacon as the hors d'oeuvre, they bring up this big, like bowling ball size of bacon. You could also eat it at the table.
There is a woman who I'm embarrassed I don't remember, who the first time we had Barbara Lynch on TV, the first night I ever had her on before she was on the radio a couple of days later, her colleague who was working with her used to own a restaurant, which sadly we never got to before it closed. And do you know what the bar snack was?
They had bacon as a bar snack?
Bacon. That's what she told us. Ooh. I had never gotten there, but that's
smart. And it's also it's a salty snack, so you got to keep
bacon?
drinking.
Oh my god,
it's beautiful.
So what time do you eat dinner and why?
I eat dinner. I eat dinner. I think at probably a normal-ish dinner time around 8 o'clock. That's kind of when I get.
What time do you go to bed? Like 8:15?
Yeah. No, I mean you have popcorn before bed, Jim.
Yeah.
You do?
You have to stay up till
Popcorn.
11 or 12 if you eat at 8 o'clock.
Hey, can I ask you an unrelated question?
Sure.
And then you have to
We're
quickly
almost
tell
out
us
of
the
time.
show. Why do eggs? You're the curiosity.
Yeah.
Why do eggs sell in dozens? Do you know that?
No, I don't, but that
Check
sounds
it
like
out,
a future
can you?
segment for it. We're
Fine.
on it.
What are you doing today?
Do you guys remember a show in the 1970s and 80s called WKRP
Oh, I
in
loved it.
Cincinnati?
Of course, I loved it.
Did you hear that there is a station in Cincinnati which has now bought the rights to the call letters? There is now a real WKRP in Cincinnati. We're going to talk with the general manager.
That's great.
Yeah, that was with that woman. She was this beautiful blonde.
Oh, right.
Yeah, I forget her
yes.
name. Okay.
Lonnie Anderson.
Lonnie Anderson. Thank
wow,
you very much.
that's right. Burt Reynolds.
Okay.
She was with Burt Reynolds.
with Burt Reynolds.
Okay,
That's
sorry,
right.
Marjorie, do your thing.
Tomorrow, we're going to be back at the Boston Public Library. We certainly hope with
We are,
CNN's
not
John
we hope.
King, NBC Sports Boston's Tony Casey, Top Chef contestant, Chef Lauren Louie, and Joseph Kennedy. Lawrence Louie, excuse me. Joseph Kennedy Jr., the former congressman.
Joseph Kennedy the third.
The third, sorry.
It's okay.
About his close friend, college roommate, the late basketball player Jason Collins, the first guy in the NBA, maybe one of the only
All
guys.
pros, major sports come
to
out.
Come out as gay.
While playing.
Thanks to the crew, Zoe Matthews, Nicole Garcia, Hannah Loss, Ariana Gonzalez, Colin Cockrell, Maddie Geyer, John the Club Parker, Jamie Bologna. The Curiosity Desk with Edgar B. Hurt III starts right after us. The Culture Show starts right after that at 2 o'clock. I'm Marjorie Egan.
Jim Browdy.
Thanks again for tuning in today. Hope you can tune in tomorrow. There's Mr. Potato Head. Hope you tune in.
Love him.
Maybe you can come by the library. Thanks for. I hope you have a great afternoon. It's going to get hot.
It is going to get hot.
See you later.
From the stories of centuries past to discoveries that will define our future, How Did We Get Here's, how-tos, and more. Journey with us down the rabbit hole on the Curiosity Desk. Coming up next on GBH 89.7.
Support for GBH comes from you.
And Compass on the Bay, an assisted living community in South Boston dedicated to those with Alzheimer's and related dementias, featuring research-based therapeutic programming. More at compassonthebay.com. And Modern Pest Services, providing integrated pest management for Boston homes and businesses. Modern Pest uses a prevention-first approach to seasonal pests to help target the source of the problem. Learn more at modernpest.com.
You're listening to 89.7 WGBH HD1 Boston. Online at gbhnews.org. GBH News. What matters to you?
I'm Edgar B. Herwick III. Today on the Curiosity Desk, what would it take to make owning a home in Massachusetts affordable for your average working-class family? Despite numerous incentives for first-time buyers, why does buying a home still feel so out of reach for so many? Then we meet the man making the radio station of 1970s and 80s dreams a reality in 2026. Yes, we're talking about
WKRP in Cincinnati.
And no, that's not a joke. Also not a joke, horse theft in Dedham. For 216 years, the Society in Dedham for Apprehending Horse Thieves has made equine thievery their top priority with help from members like JFK, Elvis, and Pope John Paul II. For 2 centuries, their dedication to the cause has not wavered. That's all ahead this hour on the Curiosity Desk.
Live from NPR News, I'm Lakshmi Singh. President Trump has moved to abandon his $10 billion case against the IRS over the leak of his tax returns years ago. NPR's Carrie Johnson reports the settlement creates a path for the president's allies to recover money from taxpayers.
The Justice Department says the president will receive an apology but no direct financial payments. Instead, DOJ will create an anti-weaponization fund, some $1.7 billion, to compensate people who were targeted by the Biden administration. Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche says the machinery of government should never be weaponized against Americans. Nearly 100 Democrats in Congress are trying to block the move. Senator Elizabeth Warren of Massachusetts says the new pool of money is, quote, corruption on steroids, a slush fund to reward MAGA allies. Watchdogs warn the new fund could be used to reward people who rioted at the U.S. Capitol nearly 5 years ago. Carrie Johnson, NPR News, Washington.
The Trump administration says it's adopting even more screening measures and restricting people who do not have U.S. passports from entering the country if they have recently been in 3 African nations affected by a growing Ebola outbreak. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention says it's helping move Americans who've been affected by the current Ebola outbreak in Democratic Republic of Congo and Uganda. Michael Koloki explains the CDC says 89 people are reported to have died since the start of this latest outbreak.
The CDC did not indicate the location of the small group of affected U.S. citizens or where they would be moved to, but said that at the moment, the risk to the American public remains low. The agency said it has been supporting surveillance of the disease through its Uganda and Democratic Republic of Congo offices, and that it continues to closely monitor the situation. Over the weekend, the World Health Organization declared the Ebola outbreak a public health emergency of international concern, urging authorities in affected countries to strengthen infection prevention measures. For NPR News, I'm Michael Kaloki in Nairobi.
A California jury begins deliberations today on Elon Musk's lawsuit against CEO Sam Altman and OpenAI, the company Musk helped Altman launch. NPR's John Ruwitch reports Musk left after a power struggle.
Musk's side basically argues that Altman and another founder, Greg Brockman, sidelined the nonprofit entity, jettisoned its founding mission, and have basically made the for-profit arm the main thing at OpenAI. Of course, Altman and OpenAI disagree. They point out that the nonprofit still exists. They say the mission is still very much intact. But all the co-founders agreed that they needed to start a for-profit entity too, including Elon Musk, who actually wanted control of it. Altman's lawyers say the others weren't comfortable with that and said no, so Musk left in 2018.
NPR's John Ruwitch reporting. It's NPR.
Good afternoon with the latest from the GBH newsroom in Boston. I'm Craig Lamolt. Despite what sometimes felt like heavy rainfall this spring, drought conditions have worsened in several parts of Massachusetts. The escalating drought levels come as the Commonwealth has in fact gotten below average rainfall. In April, the state saw roughly 1.5 to 3 inches of rain, about 30% less than usual. UMass Amherst environmental engineering professor Casey Brown says one reason it may feel like we've gotten more wet weather than we actually have is snow from this winter that lingered on the ground.
Even though there wasn't much precipitation taking place, the snow was there, which feels like precipitation. So I think a lot of us didn't realize that the actual total precipitation was about 20 to 30% below normal.
Brown says the recent rainfall hasn't been enough to make up for the longer-term rainfall and groundwater deficits that have built up over time. Republican John Deaton visited Secretary of State Bill Galvin's office today to turn in the signatures necessary for another run for U.S. Senate. Deaton ran an unsuccessful challenge to Senator Elizabeth Warren in 2024. Deaton's campaign says he turned in 12,646 signatures. 10,000 were required to run in the September primary for the seat currently held by Ed Markey. On the Democratic side, Markey is being challenged by current U.S. Congressman Seth Moulton and former schoolteacher Alexander Rickleen. Mostly sunny today, highs in the upper 70s, mostly clear tonight, getting down to the mid-60s, and tomorrow looks hot, low to mid-90s, chance of showers and thunderstorms in the afternoon. This is GBH.
Support for NPR comes from NPR stations. Other contributors include Schwab, where investors have a range of choices to pursue investing goals, from self-directed investing to full-service wealth management, all in one place. More at schwab.com. This is NPR.
Welcome to the Curiosity Desk on GBH 89.7. I'm Edgar B. Herwick III. We're streaming live at youtube.com/GBH News. A few weeks ago, the Healey administration announced changes to the state's home buying program that expanded access to $25,000 loans for certain first-time home buyers and made them interest-free. Those changes are part of a $25 million investment announced earlier this year. Still, it's not totally clear how much these efforts do or will help ease the much-talked-about housing crisis here in Massachusetts. Today, we're going to explore the gap between those who want to buy a home and those who can afford to or can find one at their price range, and why it seems to be so stubbornly massive here in Massachusetts. With us to help are two guests. Jesse Kanson-Benenov is the executive director of Abundant Housing Massachusetts, and Jennifer Smith is a senior reporter for Commonwealth Beacon. Jesse and Jennifer, welcome to the Curiosity Desk.
It's great to be here.
Thanks for having me.
Okay, so we have 20 minutes or so to describe and solve the housing crisis here in Massachusetts. Can we do it?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think so.
Rock on.
You two are both insane. Let's start before we talk about some of the sort of broader issues. Can we talk a little bit about some of those changes that the Moore Healey administration has brought to bear in recent weeks? What exactly is happening? How is it different from what has been happening?
So a lot of the efforts that we've been seeing have been basically trying to take aim at the access problem. Basically, if you have a certain amount of money, you might be able to, even in the absolute cutthroat, elbows-throwing world of Massachusetts housing, you might be able to kind of narrow your way into buying a house. But for basically everyone else, you're going to need some level of help. And so there have been a number of programs that are oriented around helping people who are either first-time home buyers and or also kind of at a lower income level access the capital that they need to kind of get them over that hurdle. So a number of these changes have basically been saying, well, we're going to make these available at a wider range of potential housing applicants. We're going to keep that oriented at first-time home buyers who have been maybe stuck in the rental markets longer than they'd like to. And so it really is kind of that threshold question that they're working to address, and it's part of a long-time effort to, again, get people just over that sort of starting point.
Jesse, that sound about right?
Yeah, that sounds right to me.
So let's start there and then ask the sort of the financial access question. Is that the major barrier to first-time home buyers? Is it as simple as it is just the money issue, or is there more at play here?
I would say there's certainly more at play. The money issue is a part of it, but the money issue is symptomatic, I think, of where we are in terms of the availability of homes for people to purchase, really wherever they are on the income spectrum. Certainly, working class folks, middle income folks really struggling to afford here because there aren't enough homes for them to purchase. I was really glad to hear Jennifer use the word cutthroat, because I think that means I've done my job when I talk to the press of my talking points. There is cutthroat competition for housing.
Why? Just is it a simple supply and demand thing? Is it cutthroat because there's just not enough for the number of people who want to buy homes?
Absolutely. That's absolutely the case. We've severely underbuilt housing for generations now in Massachusetts. Home ownership and rental housing, we are hundreds of thousands of homes short of where we need to be in the next decade or so just to meet the level of demand. When that drives that kind of cutthroat competition, in that situation, wealthier folks will always outbid and drive up the price of homes against more working class folks who are trying to afford it.
Well, I also love, Jesse, talking points or no, I myself was trying to find a place back in the grand old year of 2016, 2015, a much friendlier housing environment. And when I tell you the condo that we were looking at and ultimately, through some handwritten letters or whatever, did manage to close on, it was only on the market for 2 days, and that was a decade ago. It is still bad, but it has been bad for a while.
Absolutely.
Is this unique to Massachusetts? Is this what it looks like elsewhere? Is this a Massachusetts problem?
there is a national housing shortage, absolutely, that's driving a national housing affordability conversation. We've seen legislation pass in Washington, both in the Senate and just recently in the House, to address the housing affordability and supply issue. But I think it's pretty severe relative to other states. Here in Massachusetts, there was just some data in the last couple weeks looking at the National Permitting Survey that showed Massachusetts is now 50th per capita in housing production. Per person, we are building fewer homes than any other state in the nation.
And those homes themselves are so much more expensive, too, depending on where you are in Massachusetts. So I think Greater Boston, or Boston specifically, it's always in the top 3, but I think right now it's the 3rd most expensive metro housing market in the entire country based on single-family home prices. $800,000 is the average single-family home price in the Greater Boston area. So good luck.
So, what are the conditions? Presumably, some of this is that if Massachusetts is an outlier, I would assume that there are some factors here that are unique to Massachusetts that are playing into why this is happening. I mean, what are some of the things that are unique to the Massachusetts housing market that is making it difficult to build more housing or keep up with demand? What's happening?
I think there's a couple things. Well, there's a lot of things. It probably would take more than 20 minutes to cover all of them. But I think some of the most significant challenges are the way we regulate land use and permitting of new home construction here in Massachusetts.
What's different about it?
351 cities and towns, all of which have their own individual development, approval, and permitting processes, making decision often through town meeting form of government, which is very unique to Massachusetts and New England that other states don't have, which creates a significantly higher barrier to pass certain types of local reforms that will allow more reasonably priced homes to be built. One of those challenges, I would say, is the way we regulate the size of lots that you can build new homes on in Massachusetts.
Okay.
We are among the top 3rd among all states in terms of large average lot sizes. So in order to build a home in Massachusetts, you often need a lot that's equivalent to the field at Gillette Stadium with the end zones cut off. We have towns that require 1, 2, or in some cases even 3 acres to build a single home on.
Is that just hanging on from history when lot sizes were
not necessarily
bigger, or is that intentional?
No, because if you look at a lot of our cities and our older cities, from Boston to Springfield to Pittsfield, to Lowell, etc., you see a lot more smaller, sort of compact lot sizes with smaller homes that were built on them. This is also historically when we think of the building of new homes after World War II and sort of the building boom, the suburban expansion. Those were not large McMansion style homes. No, those were more modestly sized homes on 5,000-6,000 square foot lots. Over the years, for a variety of reasons, we have regulated up the minimum lot size.
So this is not a holdover from history. This is a fairly recent development.
This is fairly recent, and it means that we get these incredibly large, either new McMansions or tear downs of more moderately sized homes and replaced with much larger ones that are not affordable for working people.
And to kind of put a bit of a point on that, too, what Jesse's talking about when he's talking about the way that the government actually works or doesn't work here, we're what's called a home rule state, and anyone that pays any attention to Massachusetts politics immediately broke into hives when I said that there.
Indeed.
Because there are some things that are basically completely left to cities and towns by sort of habit at this point, where, a city or town, it doesn't exist on its own. It exists because the state created it, and therefore the state decides what powers it has. But zoning is one of these powers that cities and towns have gotten very, very comfortable having pretty much entire dominion over. So when the state comes in and says, hey guys, we're going to allow accessory dwelling units, these little tiny units, as of right anywhere there's single family housing, or you have to do more zoning near MBTA communities, areas, you suddenly see this real roar of defensiveness out of these cities and towns because they're like, that's our choice, not yours.
Well, let's get into those two things that you just mentioned right now a little bit more. You have the MBTA Communities Act, which was passed, I think, in 2021 under Charlie Baker. So we're 5 years into that. We've got compliance or mostly compliance from most of those communities. This is basically the state coming in and saying, like, hey, if the T is running in and around your town, you've got to zone in a certain way to allow for enough housing near MBTA stops. Is it making a difference? Has it made a difference?
Yeah, there are about 8,000 homes that are in the development pipeline right now in MBTA communities districts that otherwise wouldn't be, were it not for those communities.
Is 8,000 a lot?
It's something. It's a beginning of what we need to do in terms of creating the opportunity for more homes to be constructed near transit and other areas under this law. It's not enough. I think there's a lot of other conversations we need to have. Certainly when the legislature passed and Governor Healy signed the Affordable Homes Act, as Jennifer alluded to, we legalized accessory dwelling units as of right across Massachusetts, these backyard cottages. But there is more that needs to be done. And there's legislation that's on Beacon Hill right now that the legislature could take and move forward to continue that. And they have done some things this session.
Real quick, when we say ADUs, can we talk a little bit about what they are? And when we say as of right or as of right, just describe what that means in terms of zoning and in terms of what we're talking about and how this may or may not ease the housing crisis.
Sure. So as of right is sometimes easiest to talk about compared to what it isn't. If you have to kind of go through the process of building anything that does not exactly comply with the exact zoning that you have in your area, you have to go to whatever the local zoning board is usually. You have to say, hey, my porch is going to push 3 feet closer to the side of the street, and so I need this board to basically say that I can do that. Now, making something as of right means you can build
You don't got to
it.
ask anybody.
You don't have to do it. And in this case, if you're thinking about an accessory dwelling unit, which is kind of a smaller footprint building, usually detached, that means these are sometimes called granny flats or in-law units. The idea of, if you love your mother-in-law and she's getting old and you want her in your backyard.
But you don't love her that
you
much.
don't love
that you
her
want
enough
her in
to
the house.
have her like with that direct connection.
You mostly
could
love
build
her?
that. Exactly. And if you mostly love her enough, if it's a single family zone district in Massachusetts, you can, if you can find the financing for it, you can build that unit.
And to be clear, as of right doesn't mean you don't need building inspections or meet fire code.
Right.
You still have to have the town ensure that it's meeting all the various
It's not an
requirements.
illegal shack.
Yeah, you can't just buy a shack at Home Depot and put it in your backyard and call it an ADU.
All right, you're listening to the Curiosity Desk. We're talking with Jesse Kanson-Benanov from Abundant Housing Mass and Jennifer Smith from the Commonwealth Beacon about the state of. I want to zero in a little bit now on first-time home buying. I mean, is it how big of a problem is it that it seems like there's not a lot of first-time home buying going on in particular? How does that impact or not impact the overall market?
Well, it's really, really grim just in terms of the actual scale of it here, and to, really delight everybody with some numbers here. When we're talking about how bad it is, because we're talking about a market people are trying to break into, across the state of Massachusetts, we're talking about a homeownership vacancy rate of like sometimes less than 1%. And what a healthy one looks like is 2%. So basically saying you want about 2% of all of the homes that you could buy in Massachusetts to be available to buy. And so if you're getting half of that, less than half of that, it means that if you're a first-time home buyer, you've gone through these mortgage courses, you've been kind of walked through what all the legal processes is to buy a house, and you walk out there and you expect that there are going to be a few different options, maybe at some kind of tricky price points, but at least options. What people are finding is those aren't there, and that leaves them stuck in a rental market that is also really squeezed. So it actually creates this knock-on effect.
Yeah, and I think it's important to recognize that, it's not just about first-time home buyers.
Yeah.
It's also about seniors, the elders in our communities, some of whom are living in larger single-family homes or other types of homes that they raise their children in. Now that they're empty nesters, they don't want or need as much space. Maybe they don't want to have to maintain a larger building like that, but they want to remain in their community because there haven't been more of these sort of moderately sized starter homes built for them. They're remaining in larger homes that maybe are more appropriate for a family to live in these days. And it's just a continuation of that knock-on effect that Jennifer mentioned. So really it hits multiple ends of the age spectrum.
Yeah. Let's talk about some of the things standing in the way. So we have a text here. Somebody says parking is ridiculous in East Boston, so that's why I see people resisting any new buildings going up. So there's a parking issue, right? There's potentially the issue from the builder side where they say, like, given how difficult or expensive it is to build here in Massachusetts, the numbers just don't add up in building smaller homes. As there's another example. And then there's that, as you point out, you've got all of these different cities and towns doing town meeting, a variety of reasons why people might not want more housing in their town. It could be them protecting their own investment if they're thinking about the home that they're living in as an investment, or it could just be as simple as maybe resistance to change. So what's standing in the way here? Is it all of that and more? Like, how do we move forward?
I think that, I take the comment from the texter seriously. I think there's a very different situation with regards to parking availability in East Boston, let's say, than in, Weston or somewhere like that. Certainly unique challenges here in the city. I think there's a variety of factors at play into just why so many communities are finding it so difficult to build more homes. And one of them is that when you've moved into a community and you have a perception of what you like about it, and there is this sense that something about what you like is going to change, I think that's a very normal human reaction to be resistant to that. But we have to recognize who is being impacted here. It is our families, it's our friends, it's our parents. We see constantly about the drove of young people that are leaving the state. Our future vibrancy as a commonwealth is at stake here. So hopefully we can use that as opportunity to come together and continue to work for solutions that work both in the context of an East Boston as well as a Weston or further afield.
I mean, how big of an impact is that, like, sort of collective resistance to change? Is that a major factor in your estimation?
Well, one of the things, it's not necessarily just kind of resistance to change as people who kind of are objecting would describe it. The one thing that everybody would say is like, well, no, I moved into this area because I like the things about it. And so if that changes, then there's something kind of fundamentally different about my experience. I was a local reporter in Dorchester for kind of the early part of my career. And the thing that was so odd to me, kind of covering these civic meetings so often, was parents who were saying there's nowhere for my 24-year-old to live near me. And I'm certainly not retiring or dying anytime soon. I don't have a house to leave them. And yet there's nowhere for them to live. But then you see this disconnect where they also don't really realize that they're also objecting to the same policies and the same developments that are kind of tailored for the 24-year-old who doesn't need, 3 bedrooms to live there.
We also have a system where decisions at the local level are often made based on who shows up to give public opinion on variances for new development or implementing MBTA communities or whatever the issue is before a local body. There are the researchers, Katie Einstein, Max Palmer, and David Glick at Boston University, who did great research, maybe now about 10 years ago, called Neighborhood Defenders, where they looked at public meetings in the 100 cities and towns around Greater Boston, dug into the meeting minutes, compared them to voter rolls, tried to create a picture of who is participating in Greater Boston in decision-making about new housing and found that disproportionately those who are showing up and participating are wealthier, whiter, slightly more male than the region
Overall
as a whole,
population,
and
yeah.
also tend to be opposed to new housing creation in their community. So there's a conversation to be had about that entire process and how we can be more representative, think about needs of people who can't show up, as well as make sure we're thinking into the future and not just about the concerns of people who are able to access housing today.
Go ahead.
And maybe one of the things to keep in mind as well is Massachusetts is very homeowner heavy. Most people in Massachusetts are homeowners. Most of the vast majority of legislators are also homeowners. There's been some good reporting from the Globe on basically, renters being represented in the legislature. And those, of course, are the folks who are then in charge of changing that zoning policy or encouraging that change. So bearing in mind that you have a really deep kind of entrenchment of all of the things that benefit homeownership, then creates this really odd paradox when you suddenly are in a situation where most people aren't able to then become homeowners.
Right. People, houses are being bought and sold. Those who is buying and selling? The too few houses, I guess, that are being bought and sold.
Well, the most of it comes down to kind of the math of the down payment there. So if you're thinking about that $800,000 house average in Greater Boston, well, if you don't have some sort of federal assistance, if you don't have, a low income mortgage option that's available to you, it's whoever has 20% of that to just throw down. And so that's kind of increasingly what we're seeing in terms of these prices sort of being jacked up over time. And it's also why you see more focus, at least on the state policy side, to say, well, let's try and kind of close that gap when it comes to the people who just don't have $100,000 to throw at this.
So what is a first-time prospective home buyer to do? What ought they do? What are the options available for somebody right now who wants to stay in Massachusetts, wants to buy a house, and wants to try to do something?
Look, I'm not a realtor, so I'm not going to have the best advice for them. But I think the reality is you gotta expand your geographic scope that you're looking at. If you've been living here in Brighton, where we're sitting for a lot of your 20s, and you all of a sudden want to gain enter homeownership, depending on what your job is, most likely you're not going to be able to do that right here in Brighton or in the immediate surrounding Boston neighborhoods. You got to look up at the North Shore. You got to look at the South Shore. There's, you got to expand the scope and be willing, to accept some trade-offs, I think, in location.
And also, the whole adage of go west, young man, doesn't really work that well here in this situation. The further west you go, those rates are really low too. You sometimes have even worse rates of vacancies for homeownership properties out in Western Mass. So again, kind of the coastal side of Massachusetts is both already denser, but it also kind of, because of that, has slightly more housing available to it. And also you then end up with better connection to kind of the commuter rail system if you don't have access to kind of the core MBTA. And I think that leads to a really big trade-off when you're thinking about making that transit move, which is its proximity to work, its proximity to family, its proximity to kind of like an urban center, if that's what you want to do. If you don't want to leave the city, you better be in a place where there is good connection to get to that city. And that becomes harder and harder to do the further out you get.
And I would add, this is not really answering the question for that person
That's okay.
looking for homeownership.
You look passionate to
there
add something.
is more that needs to be done on Beacon Hill. There is a variety of legislation sitting before both the House and the Senate. We have a couple months left in this legislative session. And I hope that folks who experience the housing crisis in the state and the severe housing shortage will call up their state reps, call up their senators, and tell them, we need you to do more.
Do you think that makes a difference?
I do think it does. I think that elected officials on Beacon Hill tend to hear more from the folks who are the most vocal in their communities, which we've already established are those that tend to be opposed to some of these changes. And so if they start hearing more from folks who are living through the severe housing shortage, are the ones that are victims of cutthroat competition, tell them it's time for Beacon Hill to continue doing more on housing, I think that will make a difference, and that will bubble up to legislative leadership, who has a lot of power over what gets done in this remaining month of the session.
All right. I said we had about 20 minutes. Would you say we solved it? Did we do it?
I think we solved it as long as, you make $160,000 a year.
At least.
All right, we've been speaking with Jesse Kanson-Benanov from Abundant Housing Mass and Jennifer Smith from Commonwealth Beacon about first-time home buying and home buying in general here in Massachusetts. Thank you very much, both, for being with us here on the Curiosity Desk.
Of course.
Coming up, when pigs fly or turkeys fall out of the sky, 48 years after the premiere of the hit CBS sitcom WKRP is officially live in Cincinnati. We'll talk with the station's GM next. This is the Curiosity Desk on GBH. Don't go anywhere.
I'm Jared Bowen. Today on The Culture Show, another episode of Red on Arrival, our book club devoted to short books with long afterlives. Literary connoisseur and former ICA director Jill Medvedow leads the way. This month, we're taking on Jenny Erpenbeck's 96-pager Things That Disappear, a collection of prose pieces that grapple with disappearance on scales both large and small. That and more on The Culture Show today at 2 on 89.7 GBH.
Support for our programs comes from you.
And Porter Square Books. Ruth Ozeki discusses her new book, The Typing Lady, with novelist Julia Glass, Thursday, June 18th. Info at portersquarebooks.com. And Middlebury College in Middlebury, Vermont, dedicated to educating thoughtful, ethical, and globally informed leaders in the liberal arts, preparing them to address the world's most challenging problems. More at middlebury.edu.
You're listening to the Curiosity Desk on GBH. I'm Edgar B. Herwick III. We are streaming live at youtube.com/GBH News. Well, sometime in 1978, a fired LA disc jockey Dr. Johnny Fever rang in a new era for WKRP in Cincinnati, leaving their dusty, easy listening days in the past with this broadcast.
We are all in critical condition, babies. But you can tell me where it hurts, because I got the healing prescription here from the big KRP musical medicine cabinet. Now, I am talking about your 50,000 watt intensive care unit, babies. So just sit right down, relax, open your ears real wide and say, give it to me straight, doctor, I can take it.
Now that was, of course, a fictional plot line from a fictional radio station, WKRP in Cincinnati, the focus of one beloved 1970s and 80s sitcom, but a similar transformation took place earlier this month at a very real radio station broadcasting in Cincinnati when the owners of the Oasis obtained the rights to those famous call letters. Well, with us now over Zoom is Jeff Ziesman, co-owner of the totally real, rebranded WKRP broadcasting in Northern Kentucky, Dayton, and of course, Cincinnati. Jeff, congratulations and welcome to the Curiosity Desk.
Well, thank you very much. It's great to be here.
Jeff, can you take us into the room where it happened when the idea was hatched? Was this your idea to do this?
Well, actually, it was not. It was my partner, Randy Michael's idea to do it. He found out that the call letters were coming available and suggested that we might want to discuss picking them up. We did, and we did.
And how's the media attention been? Did everybody just lose their minds? Are you like crazed with people being like, I can't believe it happened?
You know, they really have, almost to the point where it's a little surprising to me. We were not sure how much attention something like this would get because, as you pointed out, the television show is more than 40 years old.
Yeah.
It's not in syndicated reruns, primarily due to music licensing clearance problems. And as a consequence, we were like, well, gee, our station is aimed at people over the age of 45, so we figured they would be the most likely to remember it. But we really weren't prepared for the onslaught that has happened over the last couple of weeks.
I'm going to play a little clip from a very famous episode of WKRP in Cincinnati. If folks are fans of the show, they probably know what's coming here. But this was a Thanksgiving episode of the show, and let's hear a little right now.
Those can't be skydivers. I can't tell just yet what they are, but oh my God, they're turkeys! Oh, Johnny, can you get this? Oh, they're crashing to the earth right in front of our eyes. One just went through the windshield of a parked car. Running around pushing each other. Oh my goodness. Oh, the humanity.
Promotional stunt gone wrong. Of the media attention you've gotten, Jeff, how much has been on the turkey episode, and whether or not you are going to drop turkeys out of a helicopter at some point?
That I would say that's in about every other email, every other Facebook post.
That's right.
Thousands and thousands of them. And the answer is we're going to do something for Thanksgiving, and we're going to pay a little homage to the turkey drop episode.
Really amazing.
But I really don't want to tip what we're going to do yet.
Excellent. Well, that's as they say in the business, that's a really nice tease right there, you know?
It is. And that is, by the way, one of the funniest television shows I've ever seen. It's incredible.
Yeah.
It really is.
I mean, you're in radio. Were you a fan of, were you a fan of the show? Like, has it framed your sort of, your career, your life at all in that way?
I'm a little on the old side. I'm 68 years old. And I have been in radio for 53 of those 68 years. I started as a kid in high school.
Wow.
So when the television station, or when the TV series rather, was on the air, I was already in the business. But everybody, I mean, all but a couple of my years of my career have been spent in Cincinnati. And as I'm sure you can imagine, it was really, really big around here.
Yeah.
From the standpoint of, it was not only a television show about radio, which was unusual, but it was a television show about radio in our town, which was even more unusual.
Speaking of your town, how's the reaction been in and around Cincinnati? Is there a swelling of local pride that you finally brought the call letters home?
There are a lot of people who have asked why no one did this before. And even though I was in the business back then, I was a younger man, wasn't as high up on the food chain as I am now. And so I wasn't in meetings concerning the KRP call letters when the television show was newer than it is now. I do recall it being discussed a little bit. Somebody should go grab those call letters. But for some reason that I'm not privy to, it never happened. And so we're the first people to ever put those call letters on the air here in Cincinnati. And as a consequence of that, I think that there is a swelling of local pride. And then, we've had some help from Gary Sandy, who played Andy Travis, the program director on the television series. And
nice.
He's done some liners for us, and he introduced the format when we put it on the air and so on. And he's from up the road in Dayton, Ohio, which is our other market. Cincinnati and Dayton are only 50 miles apart, and they've been kind of growing together over the years. So we actually serve the area with 3 different transmitters to get both metros in. And so, there's been a lot of very positive feedback from both markets, just simply because of all the local tie-ins they have.
Yeah. As you mentioned, when this show came on the air in the late 1970s, you were already in the business. I mean, how much has radio changed over that time? I mean, how different is it, being a general manager at a radio station in 2026 versus what it was like in 1978?
Well, the competition is a lot more intense. There was no internet. There was no streaming. There was no Spotify. There was no digital competition. Your competition back then was basically the yellow pages in the newspapers and television. But today it's much more fragmented than it was back then, and it's just a different world. Sirius XM wasn't around. All of the subscription services that people buy into these days did not exist back then. So it's very different.
What is your format on WKRP? Is it rock and roll music of the era?
It's the music that was in that show. It's 60s, 70s, and 80s rock.
Nice. And what's besides the little Thanksgiving special? What else do you have planned for the coming years?
Well, what we believe is this. KRP was a great television show. It's the only successful TV show about radio that there ever was. There was a show before it called Morning World, I think, and it lasted about 10 minutes and then faded into obscurity. So KRP is really it as far as successful television shows about radio. Having said that, though, it was only on the air for 4 years.
Yeah.
And if you go back and you look at the episodes, they are there's a lot of dialogue between the characters about their lives and so on. The actual percentage of that show that was about, radio bits that you could lift out and try and reuse again was actually fairly small.
Yeah.
There's not that much time. So we said in order for this concept to have any legs, it can't be a parody of the television show. Instead, what it has to be is a very good, high-quality underlying radio station that pays tribute to the television show and reflects the attitude of the television show. And that's really the path we're walking down. Musically, this station is no different than the Oasis that preceded it. And we're very fortunate in that we've always been a hyper-local operation. We're the last remaining independently owned full-power FM commercial radio stations in Cincinnati. Everybody else is part of the big groups. And so, we've always been hyper-local. We originate all of our own programming. We do our own music. We do our own news. We have personalities that have been in the market for an incredibly long time and are well known. And the concept was just to sort of spread this over the top of that, to create some awareness, get some sampling, and to have a product that's good enough that once somebody tunes in, hopefully they stay.
All right, we've been speaking with Jeff Ziesman, co-owner for the newly rebranded WKRP Broadcasting and, among other places, Cincinnati. Jeff, thanks so much for taking the time to be with us.
It's been my pleasure. Thank you so much for having us.
We're going to go out on one of those few areas of the show that Jeff was just talking about where they do make it about radio. Maybe a suggestion for you, Jeff. This is a little jingle that they did on the show for a local funeral home.
Barrowman Memorial Park offers you and your loved ones complete funeral services at a reasonable price. How's that? Perfect. Tape still rolling. Everybody ready?
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Hey, you're young and swinging. No time to think about tomorrow. But there ain't no way to deny it. Someday you're gonna buy it.
Coming up, another totally real thing that sounds fictional. The Society in Dedham for the Apprehending of Horse Thieves. This is the Curiosity Desk on GBH. Stay with us.
The man with the plan. He's a mortician.
I'm Arun Roth. Today on GBH's All Things Considered, leaders of the Democratic National Committee are visiting Boston as they consider where to host the party's 2028 convention. And President Trump is walking away from his $10 billion lawsuit against the IRS, but the deal resolving the case is drawing backlash from House Democrats and ethics experts over allegations of self-dealing. Those stories and all the day's news starting at 4 on GBH 89.7.
Support for GBH comes from you.
And Vivo Performing Arts, formerly Celebrity Series of Boston, where Boston stages come alive with classical, jazz, dance, and more. Info on season ticket packages available at vivoperformingarts.org. And the Museum of Science, exploring our world and beyond with free Omni films for everyone on Sunday, June 7th, thanks to MathWorks. Ticket information at mos.org.
You are listening to the Curiosity Desk on GBH 89.7. I'm Edgar B. Herwick III. We are streaming live at youtube.com/GBH News. You know how it goes. You leave for a few hours, hit the grocery store, come back, and your horse, it is gone. Vanished. Not a hoof in sight. What do? Who do you call? Sadly, the Ghostbusters do not cover livestock. Well, a few weeks ago, a listener of ours, John from Ipswich, caught mention in a local obituary of a group called the Society in Dedham for Apprehending Horse Thieves, and he asked us to look into it. Challenge accepted. Thank you, John. Turns out, on June 4th, 1810, the Society in Dedham for Apprehending Horse Thieves indeed banded together with a common goal to return the four-legged friends to their rightful owners. And they are still around today. So what do? Let us find out right now. We are joined by Secretary and Treasurer of the Society for Apprehending Horse Thieves, Kevin Hampe. Kevin Hampe, how many horse thieves are there banding about in Dedham these days?
Luckily, not too many, because I don't
think our writers that we swear in every year, if we had to call them and tell them that they had to go chase a horse thief, they'd know what to do. But we do have an organization in the town of Dedham, and it's been around since 1810. It started with a group of Dedham citizens at the Marsh Tavern, which was a local tavern in town right across from the Norfolk Superior Court. And there was a plethora, I guess you could call it, of horses being stolen. And in those days, it was just the one sheriff, and there was no, posses or anything like that would chase after these horse
This wasn't
thieves.
Tombstone.
No. So what they did is these gentlemen got together, and they decided to start a society, and they would go out after the horse thief if they were notified of a horse that had been stolen. The records of the organization that I have only probably have probably four instances when they got called to actually go out and
So it
go
did.
after
It did happen, but only about 4 times did they get called into action because they had to go wrangle up a horse thief.
Exactly.
Were they successful? Do we
They
know?
were successful in one attempt, and they held him, and I'm sure they did other things to the gentleman until they turned him over to the sheriff. So that was it at the time. And what would happen is certain people would be designated as the riders to go after the horse
The
thief.
riders.
The riders.
Okay.
And over the years, they actually put a qualification on the size of the riders, and they actually wanted them to be 200 pounds, each rider. The reason for that is once you caught the thief, you were supposed to sit on him and hold them until anybody else
Is this
came.
in the bylaws? It's like, and you will then sit on
That's in
said
the
horse
history.
thief. That's incredible.
Yep, that's in
Speaking
the
of the history, I mean, my understanding is there have been a couple times through the years where the organization was like, well, maybe now that there's not so many horses, we should be an organization to apprehend car thieves. Apparently, maybe even in the 30s, there was a moment where somebody was like, well, in the future, everybody's going to be flying, so maybe we should be a society for apprehending reckless aviators over Dedham.
Yes, there was a move. It didn't last too long, but really what stopped the whole idea was the automobile being, obviously invented. And then once that happened, most of the chases took place by the old cars were chasing the thief down the street. So that's kind of what changed things, but there was some movement at times, but it never took off.
But now you're still around today. What do you do today? Who are the members of this society? What do you get up to? What do you spend your time doing?
Right now, over the years, according to the records I have, there's 10,980 members. Now
There's 10,000 plus members,
and they're from all over the country.
Okay.
Originally, the membership only entailed Dedham.
Yeah, I heard. Is it true that Robert Ripley of Ripley's Believe It or Not fame wanted to become a member and was told no because he was not in Dedham?
Correct. That is
Amazing.
correct. And they then expanded it to Norfolk County, and then after Norfolk County, they decided to open it up to the whole country. And I get membership requests, probably 40 a year, but most of those come from states that have horses, and Florida, Arizona, Montana.
Yeah.
And they request to be a member. All it is you pay $10, and once I get that, I then put you on a list to be voted in at the end of the year at our annual dinner, which we only have one dinner, and it's the first Tuesday in December.
How many people show up for the dinner?
Well, originally
Not 10,000.
No, originally we were getting 300 members when we were at Mosley's on the Charles, but that changed to it's about 150 to 200 members.
Okay.
And we have entertainment. We bring in comedians. We've had Lenny Clark and Tony V. And
Are they members?
They are members. We
Really?
did make them members. Yes.
Incredible.
Yes. But it's not required that you be a member to come to the dinner. And we have banks and law firms and insurance companies buying tables for the dinner. So we now get somewhere 150 to 200 people on
That's
a
pretty
regular
good.
basis.
Now you also have some seriously notable people who are members. What's your give us a little bit of your Mount Rushmore of members of the society?
Yeah, many presidents and Justice Louis Brandeis. We've got President Kennedy. We also had Edward Kennedy, President Nixon. And people put in membership requests, and
So you can basically nominate somebody else to be a member. So
That is
you
correct.
could become a member and not even know it.
That is correct.
So this is like I've heard that Pope John Paul II was a member.
That's correct.
Do we
He's
know if
also on
he
that
even
list.
knew he was a member?
I doubt it. I'm going to say I doubt it.
So did any of these notable people ever attended meetings like back through the days, or is it just kind of like a fun thing?
I think it's always been kind of a fun thing. Once the idea of horses, people chasing horse thieves on horses,
Yeah.
ended, I think it kind of became more of a fun evening, and that's what it is. It's a night to go out and enjoy your friends and have some great entertainment. And we always tried to have the meeting in Dedham. But recently, due to one of the closure of one of our places in Dedham, the Mosleys on the Charles there, which was the regular spot for the meeting, we have now moved up to Norwood. And people said, well, you can't go to Norwood because it's not Dedham. I said, well, at one time, Norwood was considered South Dedham.
Okay.
So
On a technicality,
we
you
covered
got
that.
it,
We
yeah.
covered our bases, and it's been great.
You listen to the Curiosity Desk. We're talking with Kevin Hampy about the Society in Dedham for Apprehending Horse Thieves. 10,000 plus members strong in 2026. Now, my understanding is for a long time, you all sort of thought that you were the oldest society in the United States for apprehending horse thieves. And it's certainly after 1925, because I guess Milford had one, but Milford in 1925, that society went belly up. And from that point on, you were pretty sure you were the oldest. But then somebody came knocking on your door in 2010. What happened?
That's correct. About a society in Red Hook, New York. I must have been reading our...
And not just any, this should be said, it's not just any society. This is another society for apprehending horse thieves.
And that's correct.
Go ahead.
And they sent me materials and a letter saying, we hear you are claiming you're the oldest, but you're not. And it was a very kind of legal type letter I got. And they sent some evidence indicating that they had been around prior to 1810.
Oh, man.
And so now we call ourselves one of the oldest societies for apprehending horse thieves.
How is your relationship with them now?
Actually, in the letter, they actually invited us to come down to their annual meeting.
So they also do an annual meeting?
Yes, and they do it in a barn.
Oh,
Yeah,
see,
yeah.
that feels, not as glitzy, but maybe more horsey. You know what I mean? So,
Exactly. And I'm just hoping somebody cleans the barn before they have it in
do you know if they're chasing down horses or what their record is in terms of capturing horse thieves?
I don't know. One of our members did take them up on it and went to the meeting.
Went to their meeting?
Yeah.
Oh,
and
amazing.
they treated him very nicely, and it was a great night, he said, and they had a lot of fun.
Now, I've also heard, and maybe you can tell me if this is true or not, that you have what might be the oldest continuously active bank account in America. This is another claim that I've heard has been made by your organization, sir.
That's right. And the bank account is with Dedham Institution for Savings, otherwise known as Dedham Savings Bank. And it was opened, I believe, when the bank opened in 1836, I think, is when the bank opened. So,
And the account you have is like that same account? It's been
we're
the
right
same
around the
account,
same
though?
time, yeah. But we've had a number of different books since then. But,
Yeah.
but the interest, still keeps ticking away.
Well, now, it's obviously 2026, and, I would imagine, and you have a presence online. And so maybe it was inevitable that in 2020, a horse actually went missing in Bear Brook State Park in New Hampshire. And I don't know if, the clerk treasurer up there, Kevin clerk treasurer up there, contacted you guys, right? I imagine he probably did a Google search and was like, oh, there's some people in Dedham who will help us find this horse and whoever thieved this horse. Yep. This really happened?
Yes, it did. And what I... remember as I was in my office and I got a call, and it was somebody from the Manchester Union paper.
Okay.
And it was a horse by the name of Leo that had gone missing, and it had been missing for a while. And when he called and he said, I want to know, is your organization really go out and look for lost horses and horses that are stolen? or is it just a social organization? And I said, well, and I thought really I thought it was a member of the organization that was pulling a trick on me.
Yeah, you're
at
like,
first.
I
couldn't.
You thought it
believe
was a
that-
prank.
Yeah, exactly. So I said to him, I had to think of something really quickly. So what I did is I said to him, really, no, we're kind of social. And by the way, I said, our jurisdiction ends at the Mass border. We can't go to New Hampshire.
we're not allowed to work out of state. That's just in
Exactly.
the bylaws. Our jurisdiction doesn't work.
It doesn't work. So he laughed, and then he said, and I said, so this is really someone from the Manchester Union of newspaper? He says, yes.
That's unbelievable.
And I said, whoa. And it's the first time we've actually got a call actually asking someone to go do something on that.
At least in a couple hundred years, probably.
Yeah, exactly.
So, I mean, do any of your members, are they horse owners, horse riders? Does anybody bring a horse? Have you ever brought a horse to? Have you bring a horse to a meeting?
I haven't. And over the years, there was a number of attempts or discussions regarding bringing a horse. The only trouble is you run into all sorts of, if you were going to bring him inside, obviously, you'd run into Board of Health problems and concerns, and there'd be maybe some liability issues too, because some of these gentlemen would probably want to ride him throughout the establishment. That wouldn't be good.
Why? What's the draw for you for this that keeps you sort of involved? That you're like not just a member of this organization, but you're doing your part to keep it alive, keep it organizing all these years later. Like why do you do it?
Well, it happened about 9 years ago when the gentleman by the name of Robert Hansen was the secretary treasurer, and they'd run the organization for many years. His father had done it, and his grandfather had done it. So he contacted me and said, would you like, he was the executive secretary of the town of Dedham at the time, and he said, would you like to go out to dinner? So he and another gentleman who was a selectman by the name of Tony Tarazzi, and we've lost both those gentlemen, basically invited me, and they asked me, would you like to stay on and do the take over the organization because Bob's leaving. So that's how I got involved. I was a history major. I'm an attorney, and I've been in Dedham my whole life. So I guess I was the guy that they picked to do it.
If how could somebody join? If somebody like Edgar B. Herwick III or Jared Bowen, who's just walked into the studio, wanted to join, how could I join?
Well, what you do is send $10 to my office, right in Dedham Square, and what I do is after you're voted in December at the annual meeting, you get one of these certificates.
Whoa!
That I think
I've just been handed a certificate with my name on it already. So,
but there's no signatures on there. We
all
have
right,
to
so
vote you in.
We got to vote
first.
it in
Yeah.
coming in December. Well, we'll bring you back in December when hopefully, fingers crossed, I pass the vote. That is Kevin Hampy with the Society in Dedham for the Apprehending of Horse Thieves. Thanks so much for being with us today on the Curiosity Desk.
Thanks for having me.
And as I said, Jared Bowen is in studio with us now. How are you, Jared?
It's great to see you, Edgar.
Great to see you. What's on the show today?
We're going to be having another edition of Read on Arrival, which is our book club with Jill Medvedow. You know that name. She's the director emerita of the ICA. And so she came to us with this idea. This is our second edition of books you can read in one sitting.
Oh, cool.
So this one is Jenny Erpenbeck's 96-page delight, Things That Disappear, which is a whole series of essays about memories and places and people and things and what they represent to us and what happens when they disappear and what the meaning of their disappearance is.
Wow.
It's a wonderful thing to have a book in one sitting where you can just
Absolutely.
digest it and think for a long time about it
That's
after.
a great idea, yeah.
And then Pedro Alonzo, independent curator, has just, as he's always traveling the world, he's been in Mexico City and then Buffalo, New York at the Albright Knox Museum.
Classic 1-2 punch.
Exactly. So he's got updates on both of their shows.
Excellent. That is the Culture Show with Jared Bowen coming your way in just about a minute and a half, so don't go anywhere. That about does it for us. For now, the Curiosity Desk is produced by Aiden Connolly, Rachel Armani, Olivia Corsi, Johanna Lawson, Nicole Garcia, Patty Daniels, and Jamie Bologna hold our horses. Our engineers, John the Claw Parker. Special thanks to Andrew Massawa and Maddie Geyer. We will be right back here in 23 short hours on GBH 89.7 and then streaming on YouTube. If you can't wait that long, check out the podcast. Until next time, I'm Edgar B. Herwick III. Stay curious out there.
What's trending? What's interesting? What's going on around town? We're talking all things arts and culture on The Culture Show, next on GBH 89.7.
Funding for our programs comes from you.
And Gentle Giant Moving and Storage Company, offering local, long-distance, office, and piano moving with 23 locations throughout New England and across the country. More information at gentlegiant.com. The Next American Masters explores the legacy of civil rights pioneer W.E.B. Du Bois, who worked to elevate the lives of Black people worldwide. W.E.B. Du Bois, Rebel with a Cause. Tomorrow at 9 on GBH2.
You're listening to 89.7 WGBH HD1 Boston. Online at gbhnews.org. GBH News. What matters to you?
I'm Jared Bowen. Coming up on The Culture Show, we raise the red curtain on the PBS masterpiece series, The Forsytes, where family, loyalty, ambition, and corsets collide. Actors Stephen Moyer and Jack Davenport join us to talk about this sweeping drama of wealth, status, and the fissures that threaten an outwardly formidable and exclusive dynasty. Then it's another episode of Red on Arrival, our book club devoted to short books with long afterlives. Literary connoisseur and former ICA director Jill Medvedow leads the way. This month we're discussing Jenny Erpenbeck's 96-page delight, Things That Disappear, a collection of prose pieces that grapple with disappearance on scales both large and small. And independent curator Pedro Alonzo joins us with dispatches from both Buffalo and Mexico City, where Latino and Chicano artists are getting major museum attention. That's all right now on The Culture Show.
The Culture Show is made possible in part by a generous contribution from the Fiducia Fund, proud to support this station's art and culture programming.
I'm Jared Bowen. This is The Culture Show on 89.7 and streaming on the GBH News YouTube channel. A sweeping new PBS masterpiece drama is bringing one of Britain's most famous literary families back to the screen. The Forsytes, based on John Galsworthy's novels, follows a wealthy Victorian clan whose money and social standing can't protect even them from rivalry, betrayal, and emotional upheaval. Leading the Forsytes are Jolyon and James, brothers bound by family, business, and class, but divided by temperament and ambition. Jolyon is the elder son and head of the family firm. James is the scheming younger brother, more aggrieved and more apt to make a play for power.
So, brother, a number of us have been speaking, and, well, we're keen to hear Joe's vision for the company.
Vision?
Ahead of the vote.
What vote? There'll be no vote. The decision is mine.
Yeah, but must be ratified.
It's tradition. Eldest son to eldest son.
Well, with respect. Well, you broke with tradition when you pushed Joe into the chair before your demise.
The brothers Forsyte join me now to talk about it all. Stephen Moyer stars as Jolyon and Jack Davenport stars as his brother James. Welcome to both of you. Great to have you on the show.
Hello, hello.
Hello, lovely to be here. It's very interesting listening to it as a radio piece.
How does it hold up?
Well, we've both got faces for radio.
No,
so that's,
Speak to yourself, dear.
So that helps.
By the way, I just wanted to point, not that much younger. It makes it sound like
much significantly younger.
Makes it sound like he's young and thrusting, and there's not much thrusting happening anymore.
Let's go with that. Let's go with that.
Well, you're already saying things I didn't say. I didn't say much younger, although...
No, I am, though.
Well, I noticed you were smiling with glee when I had the description of you as the scheming brother.
Well, yeah, he is scheming. I mean, partly because one of the things that the show explores is that these sort of calcified roles that you're born into and that you cannot get out of. And when the show was first pitched to me by the writers and the writer and the producers, one of the things they wanted to explore is how these kind of old patriarchal structures eat people alive. And it's fun to be the one who hasn't got all the cash and prizes. I mean, he has plenty of them, but he hasn't got the thing he hasn't got the thing he covets the most. And so that allows me to behave monstrously more or less the entire time, which is a fun thing to do.
And not that far from his normal
No,
everyday
no,
life.
Not at all.
Is this the point at which we should introduce you two have known each other for a long time?
Can you tell?
Yeah.
We have. Yeah, we have.
We have, yeah. Going on 30 years, yeah.
30 years. Where did it begin?
We did a show on Channel 4 in 1997 or something.
Yeah.
called Ultraviolets, which was Steve's first foray into the world of vampires, his less successful foray into the world of vampires. I've tenderized him.
He bloodied me,
and
if
then
you will.
and then sent him on his way to stratospheric success. But we became friends then, and then stayed friends and really stayed in each other's lives throughout. So it's a very rare thing that you then get to kind of revisit stuff this much later and be playing brothers. So we feel very lucky, don't we?
Yeah, we do, and it's been one of the things that comes out of that friendship is the ability to be as awful as one would like to be to a friend, and knowing full well that the ball's going to get bounced back to you, and there's that sort of freedom of expression that's kind of, the acting process is, where you're not having to worry about how your actions will be, perceived, because you know that he's going to be very happy to bat it straight back and harder.
Yes, it's always a bit of a... If you don't know the other actor that well and you're playing quite a kind of abrasive relationship, it's a bit of a gamble early on when you're kind of feeling your way into a job, like how far you might or might not be able to push it, because you can kind of talk around it as much as you like. But then when the doing of it, like, stuff happens in the moment. And as Steve says, I mean, whoever is receiving the latest ferocious insult receives it, frankly, with glee, because it's sort of quite fun to see how badly we can behave and stay within the confines of period drama behaviour.
I have to say, though, you say stay within the confines.
Maybe
I mean,
not.
it spills out into the tent as soon as we've left. We have quizzes that we do. We have sort of games that we play, and we're doing all of that in our starched shirts and our bow ties.
Yes.
Well, I do want to ask about that and how that helps you find the characters. But Stephen, let me ask you about your brother, who doesn't have the latitude that Jax does, and that he has to be mindful at all times leading this family and controlling the succession plan.
Yes, he has been the person in charge since his father died, and is also a widower. So it's kind of his life. And he has one son, who is Jolyon Jr. And Jolyon Jr., as a young man, was very artistic. And the family were very concerned about that and tried to sort of lead him away from that path. And that's kind of his cross to bear, in terms of he knows that his son doesn't have the same kind of gumption and the guile that James's son has, Soames Forsyte, who would be able to take over the business in a heartbeat and probably do it even better. And Jolyon Sr. knows that. So in the first episode, we see Jolyon Jr.'s wife kind of worrying that she's kind of losing him, and would it be a good idea perhaps to give him more responsibility? And so that is kind of the guiding sort of arrow that has been shot at the beginning of the show and the season, is like, let's give him more responsibility.
What is it for both of you to enter into this? This is, of course, the Forsyte saga, and there have been iterations in the novels and in broadcast before, and now to step into this world.
Well, I mean, the first thing that, I mean, it should be blindingly obvious to us both, but like, we're now the old guys. And like, there's all these young actors, and like, we're meant to be the elder statesman, which is hilarious on the face of it.
Madness.
So there's that. So there's an element, and I mean, it's a wonderful bunch of young actors, and they're all brilliant in the show. But it is, to a very small degree, there's a slight sense of responsibility about kind of leading a bit by example. I mean, they can all take care of themselves, but with a big cast like this, like, it's, when I first read the scripts, because obviously, over years of experience, you sort of you know how the sausage is made, and if I'm honest, I was like, oh my God, if it's not like breakfast for 12, it's a committee meeting for 20 or a party for 85, and in your head you're like, that's going to be a nightmare to shoot. It's just going to go on and on and on, and so it's even more of a group activity making this show than it is normally, because there are very few scenes where there's just two people. I mean, there are scenes like that, but there's less than you'd think. And so I think it's the sort of just trying to sort of at least appear responsible, and like we know what we're doing, but we don't.
In modern drama as well, that the audiences have come to expect a payoff for every single character. Every single character has a story. Every single character has an arc. And so when you're doing a massive scene like Jack is describing, where there may be 20 lead players as well as all the extras that are there as well, supporting artists and dancers and musicians and people serving food and all of that sort of thing, you know that every single person has a look, has a beat, has a moment, and you know that that's going to be shot. So sometimes those big scenes are 2 days long, and we both have done period drama before and lots of it. And, you do not think 30 years ago when I was doing this exact thing with a couple of the actors who were in this, but as the young man, that you're going to be doing it 30 years later as the old man. And quite specifically in the novel, my character is called Old Jolyon, and he's like 80. And what Debbie has
Perfect casting.
No.
What Debbie has done is very cleverly sort of rewound it back to the 45 that I obviously am.
We'll leave that there.
Well, it's interesting too how things circle back, and there is this moment with, of course, Downton and Bridgerton and the Gilded Age, where people want to escape into these worlds, even as we're having these big conversations about epic wealth like the Forsytes have. Mm-hmm. And it's a weird dichotomy.
It is. I think, I'm not sure, but I think some of the appeal, obviously, some of the appeal is merely aesthetic. It's like people love the frocks and the sets, and nobody lives like that anymore, apart from the very, very wealthy people you're talking about. So there's that, but I also think there's, and you alluded to this a bit in the first thing you said about the costuming, and it is very confining. For the women it's even worse because it's corsets, a go-go, and the rest, and like £40 worth of dress. But the confinement of the literal physical confinement of that, and the tension between that and the emotion, I think there's something about that which I think is quite appealing, because we all wander around in sweatpants, saying what we feel at all hours of the day and night, and everyone better be listening to us. And that's not that world. And I think there's something about that tension between confinement and release, which I think people maybe unconsciously are reacting.
I think that's a really beautiful point, and because the idea that this as a genre, was called bodice rippers or whatever version of that you come up with. It is contained. You are held. You are being held. Gothic romance comes from this. Is busting out of that. But physically, when you're wearing, that's those starched shirts that you're wearing. You cannot. It's really funny actually, because you see it. When you think of a director's chair on a film set, right? They're the worst designed chairs that you can possibly have for anybody to be sitting in. They have no support. There's no lumbar support. There's nothing, right? So when you sit in it, your natural sitting position is to slouch. But if you slouch wearing a starched shirt, it goes doing and bounces up here. So you find yourself sitting as you should, or standing, and that changes the way that your demeanor is, your gait is, the way that you address each other. It's much better for your posture in many ways. The poor ladies are in those corsets all day, and some choose not to come out of them at lunchtime because then after lunch they've got to be strapped back in again. But that has a place within. You see it on the screen as well. You can feel what that does, and that tension, what that does to the kind of where it comes out,
Well, it also makes me wonder how different you see the role at the end of shooting versus day one, when you spend so many days, as you're just talking about, sitting with that posture, understanding that confinement, or Jack, as you were saying, spending so many hours in these scenes, which take so long to shoot, that you're trapped. You're somewhat trapped in the character too.
You are sort of trapped in it, and listening to what you've both been saying has reminded me of something in terms of like the way the confinement obviously controls how you can present yourself physically at all. And one of the younger actors, who will remain nameless, it doesn't really matter, because no one told them not to, would being seen occasionally with their hands in their pockets. And of course, us two old guys were like, "Oh no, 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 no! You just can't." And it felt too much to confront him about it, because that's not, you don't want to make someone feel, you don't want to feel bad about it. But we did tell the wardrobe department to sew his pockets up, and they did. And then you watch people figuring out actually what the limited things you can do. You can't. There's so many of the ways that we present to the world now were not available to these people, and the thing about it, the physicality of it is it does most of the acting work for you.
Very true.
If you nail that part, everything else will pretty much follow.
Josh, who plays Jack's son, does a wonderful line in Hand on Hip.
He does.
And it's this, and it's almost kind of like Douglas Fairbanks Jr. You know, there's a kind of like, this is what I do. I stand like this, and I have purpose. And when he first did it, I was like, oh, that's a choice. But then you go, oh wow, that's a great choice, because you wouldn't have put your hands in your pockets because it wouldn't have been accepted in society.
Well, you're saying that. I'm remembering an exhibition of John Singer Sargent that was in Boston within the last couple of years, and there were several portraits where the men had their hands on their hips, and I think many people have a different connotation of that now.
Sure,
that somebody is more effeminate.
I'm a little teapot. Yes.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, sure.
And when really it's a signature of standing.
Of stature.
Yes, it's got a virility and action. Yes, it's, yeah.
So what about did this happen, the steaminess? I mean, even for PBS, this show is a little steamy. Of course, I'm looking at the True Blood guy here who's like, this is nothing.
That dude's been naked on the cover of Rolling Stone magazine to be covered in blood, to be clear.
Yes. After a hamburger. I think audiences are really sophisticated. I think in this day and age, and I think that I honestly do believe that it's not as steamy as it appears to be, and we're very good these days in all manner of drama of holding back but showing you what you think you're seeing. I can't think what it was that I was watching the other day, and somebody said to me, "Gosh, that's really racy," and I went, "Actually, it isn't. It isn't. It's just you think it is." I know what it was. It was Pillion, because we were talking about Alexander Skarsgård, who's a very good dear friend of mine, and Pillion is out there. You know, it's really out there.
Yeah, we had the director on the show.
Yeah, but actually, it's a very tender romance, that movie. Just because you're seeing naked buttocks doesn't mean you're necessarily seeing anything happen. You're just going, oh, right, that's what that is. But actually, it's a very tender love story, that. And so I don't think that we really do see huge kind of elements of it, but your mind's eye takes you on the journey that the director wants you to go on, and you believe that you're seeing that. So I know what you're implying, but I don't think I feel that it's that.
Well, it's also back to the tension and release thing.
Yeah.
Like, the other thing you have to remember about these people is they're not aristocrats. They're nouveau riche. They're what English people with their millions of different labels would call upper middle class. But they're self-made. They're very wealthy. But they're not aristocrats. They're not like ancient families.
It's sort of like the Gatsby-esque idea.
Yeah, kind of thing. But the weird thing about that is that they achieve all this wealth, and then they voluntarily tie themselves up with the propriety that the landed gentry have. And so why is anyone's guess. It's like, why not create a whole new world for yourselves? You're literally creating the world in the image of the British Empire. Like Forsyte and Co. are like the finance arm of, like, the Goldman Sachs of the British Empire.
Kind of like the Carnegie or something.
Yeah, totally. And so I think, you know, all these codes of behavior and what people will say and society and how they will react, like, who cares? But they volunteer themselves for this. So all these younger characters, and also, by the way, all the young actors in our show are so ludicrously gorgeous. Like, who wouldn't want to watch them all kind of sighing with longing at each other? But I do think that's also something that the show is exploring, is that these codes of behavior that have been handed top down and they're young, beautiful people who are starting out in life, and they just want to do what the young people want to do, right?
I was watching something. I was watching one of the episodes the other day, and I was thinking about what you've already alluded to, Jared. Is that the ladies always have their hair up, right? The gentlemen are buckled up to here, and the ladies too, are wearing these things. When we see somebody in their dressing room, and they are talking to each other, and it's not of anything romantic. They're just talking about maybe what's happened in the day. The lady will be brushing her hair down, and that look, the corset's off. They'll be in some kind of gown, but it's softer. The lighting's softer, the feeling is softer, the moment is softer, and just by having somebody with their hair down, you are saying something completely different. We are now in a private space. You, as an audience member, are watching that private space, but it has a very different feeling from the one downstairs, and it's a really interesting shift of how you view that person when they're not buckled up,
Well, it's fascinating to have you both walk us through this calibration. I agree. It's one button down, and suddenly it changes the whole
good Lord.
dynamic. Exactly. It has been so much fun to be with both of you here today. Congratulations on the show. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sue.
Thank you.
The Forsytes is a masterpiece series on PBS. Stephen Moyer stars as Jolyon Forsyte Sr. Jack Davenport stars as his brother, James Forsyte. Thank you so much for joining us. It's great to talk to you. Well, coming up, Too Small to Fail. It's time for another episode of Read on Arrival, our book club series featuring books you can read in one sitting that will also live with you for a lifetime. That's next on The Culture Show. Stay with us.
The Culture Show is made possible in part by a generous contribution from the Fiducia Fund, proud to support this station's arts and culture programming.
I'm Arun Roth. Today on GBH's All Things Considered, leaders of the Democratic National Committee are visiting Boston as they consider where to host the party's 2028 convention. And President Trump is walking away from his $10 billion lawsuit against the IRS, but the deal resolving the case is drawing backlash from House Democrats and ethics experts over allegations of self-dealing. Those stories and all the day's news starting at 4 on GBH 89.7.
Funding for our programs comes from you.
And Harvard Museums of Science and Culture. 4 museums a short walk from Harvard Square, with exhibits ranging from stunning glass flowers to ancient Egyptian mummy cases. Learn more at hmsc.harvard.edu. And Cambridge School of Culinary Arts in Porter Square, offering teen and adult recreational cooking and baking workshops, series, and cooking couples classes for culinary enthusiasts. CambridgeCulinary.com. And the Massachusetts Teachers Association, working together to ensure that all students have the resources they need to succeed. The MTA, over 180 years of commitment to the public schools and colleges our communities deserve. massteacher.org.
More news, more local, more you. GBH News 89.7, gbhnews.org, and streaming on the GBH app. Trusted local news.
I'm Jared Bowen. This is The Culture Show, live on 89.7 and streaming on the GBH News YouTube channel. Some books are short enough to read in one sitting, but large enough to linger long after. Think Melville's Bartleby the Scrivener or Kafka's The Metamorphosis, classics that don't even reach 100 pages. Today we're continuing our series celebrating small books that pack a big punch. It's called Read on Arrival, and leading the way is literary connoisseur Jill Medvedow, whom you may also know as the Director Emerita of Boston's Institute of Contemporary Art. For this episode, she chose Things That Disappear, a 71-page collection of autobiographical essays by Jenny Erpenbeck, winner of the International Booker Prize. It's a wee but mighty book that grapples with disappearance on scales both large and small. Jill Medvedow, welcome back to The Culture Show. It's great to have you here.
It is so good to see you.
Well, tell me how you landed on this one, and I'll just say a little bit more, that we're reading about disappearance in so many, the very small things in our lives to the epic, profound, life-changing parts of our lives. How did you land on this?
Well, I landed on it initially because of the cover. And it's a very small book. It's 4.5 by 7 inches. And as you said, 71 pages. So it is indeed but the cover is a brown wooden an image of a brown wooden frame leaning against a gray background, casting a shadow. And it's kind of artistic references, and it's very, very compelling. And I, with total embarrassment, admit that I had not read anything by Jenny Erpenbeck before. But when I saw the cover and I was now in my little book mode, I immediately picked it up, and from the first sentence, I was hooked.
It makes us think about things and their presence in our lives, and then the after.
And it also links kind of the personal with the political in such an interesting way. One of my first takeaways, also kind of admitted with a little bit of embarrassment, so there's a lot of learning for me in this book, was how I'd always thought about East Germany, and Erpenbeck is East German. She's about either 60 or about to turn 60. And I'd always thought of the fall of the Berlin Wall as something that was all in the plus column. You know, I think growing up and in our history, East Germany, both because of the Nazis and communism, we just saw it in a completely negative light. And I'd never really thought about what the loss of a country would mean to somebody living in East Germany. And this book absolutely opened my eyes to that. And that was a big awakening, especially in our moment now, where we see so many people who have lost their country or left their country.
Because this book is told in a number of essays, so many essays throughout, and we should mention that this is the English translation of her German book, and you can see that that's the separation, and then the breaking down of that wall is something that is at the core of who she is. It has stayed with her entire life.
Yeah, it's like both post-war and post-wall in a way, but you're right, like it's really about the things that we all lose. You know, we lose a scarf. She talks about leaving a scarf behind at hotel rooms. We have all lost socks in our wash, you know, or lost something we thought we'd like tucked away, something leftovers in the refrigerator or something like that. But it also talks about the loss of friendship, the loss of country, as we've said, the loss of youth, and aging.
I'm glad you brought that up, and I want to keep repeating this because I know people will want to go out and buy this immediately. It's called Things That Disappear by Jenny Erpenbeck. And one of the passages that so got me was her going to visit an older woman with whom she had been friends for so long, and the woman can no longer really engage, so she sees her and hugs her from the side. I think we can all identify with that when you don't have even that literal physical access anymore, and what that represents, knowing who was there.
Absolutely. And the end of the book, when she talks about the disappearance of youth, that's one of the passages that I marked because it speaks so loudly. But I thought that I made a list of just some of the chapter headings. So, Palace of the Republic, bulky trash, nursery school, junk, cheese and socks, safe conduct, friend, men, Warsaw Ghetto, drip catchers. And you see, you are going from really this quotidian stuff that you lose and don't think twice about to really the profundities of life, and making you wonder what was there to begin with, and how we are colliding. So much is happenstance and so much is historical. It kind of reminds me of the artist William Kentridge. You know, one of my all-time favorites.
Same here.
Love, love, love his art. But I remember being so stunned when he talked about history as collage, and in that way it's layers, and how his work too combines the personal with the political and the idea of countries that change and where you are in them.
Well, to bring that to space, again, how we're constantly aware of what she grew up in and what she lost. I loved the essay that talks about, and feel free to start reading. I have a passage to read too, because I loved how we did that the last time. but what hotel rooms look like after we leave, what apartments look like after we leave. They are something entirely different. They're not the sanitized, clean spaces anymore. We've been there, but then we're gone from there.
Exactly. Well, this drip catchers chapter.
Oh
that
no, I picked the same one.
Okay, well, I have more. So, do you want to take this?
No, you go ahead.
Okay. This is chapter 20. It's called Drip Catchers. I'm not going to read the whole chapter, though it's very short, but the carpet hangers disappeared from the rear courtyards when wall-to-wall carpeting and vacuum cleaners were introduced, after the Persian carpets had been bombed away, when there was no money to buy new ones, and the men who used to carry the rolled-up carpets down the stairs for cleaning had been killed in the war. The shop where I used to take my tights to be mended when they had a run in them, back when I was a little girl, a shop called Run Express, disappeared when the wall came down and the West was able to sell its cheap tights in the East. The drip catchers that graced the spouts of the large coffee pots that used to sit on the table at every German family reunion. Those drip catchers disappeared when the children born during the last days of the war finally rebelled against their parents and stopped planning family reunions, preferring instead to travel to Italy and bring back espresso makers from there. So something that we've never even heard of has completely gone and disappeared. And you see what the ripple is, that the people who clean the carpets and schlep the carpets, right now, all of a sudden, wall-to-wall carpeting and vacuum cleaners made them redundant. And, of course, how could we not think about redundancy today?
And how do we process that? Something else that struck me was how we strip away the names of things. You mentioned the title that refers to trash. And once she goes to basically the dump in Berlin, it's gone. It's not a thing anymore. It's not its official name. Then it's owned by the city that's going to destroy it, and it's officially nothing. And just that legal concept, the legal construct of nothingness is extraordinarily profound.
Exactly. And she is so specific. Like, that's what is so brilliant. I think one of the things about this book is it's got so much specificity to talk about actually the things we lose, like history, memory, right? I mean, a sense of who we are or who we were. And I find that combination of the concrete with the not abstract, the profound, to be incredibly moving, extremely sympathetic, but not sentimental.
I'm speaking with Jill Medvedow. We're talking about Read on Arrival, which is our semi-regular book club of wee books that leave a very big impact. Again, we're talking about Things That Disappear. That's a 71-page collection, at least in our versions, of autobiographical essays by Jenny Erpenbeck. Well, to go back to Men for 1 minute, this one it's a very short quote. She's talking about basically a deadbeat dad who disappears. And she writes, "It remains astonishing that thin air can sometimes have as much weight as something that is really there."
I have the exact same. I have the exact same passage underlined, because that is what a concept, right? And it's true. Absence is as powerful as presence, and we both know this from our own lives. And we are not alone in that. And it is both devastating, and actually, it is. It brings solace as well. It's the things that we hold as well as the things that we lose. And they're sometimes the same.
Well, what is it about, and she talks about this too, junk, the memories of others, and the things that you can look around in somebody's home and think, well, that's just a thing. Am I looking at more of what you've about to read too?
Go ahead.
Why don't you read?
No. I don't think I have that one.
Okay, so she keeps a brass box from her uncle. She keeps a jug from her great grandmother, a teddy bear from her grandmother, a postal scale from a friend. These are all people who've been lost, but they are suddenly assigned meaning. So disappearance is represented in these random things, but this is what we as human beings do to move through grief. Something that's cold and metallic can represent something so with such warmth to us.
You know, the passages that we both chose speak to the kind of how moving this book is, but it's not depressing at all.
No,
it's actually has not a light touch, but the brevity of it is, I think, incredibly important. The concision of these books comes from like the root to cut, right? And so it cuts out all the extraneous, all the extraneous to hone in on it. But in that cutting and in that conciseness and brevity comes a kind of crystalline clarity, and that actually is like, oh yes, right, I got this, right. This resonates. I see it. Her craft is amazing.
Well, have you read any of her novels?
I just started one because I had never heard of her, but now, yes,
well,
I'm in the midst.
I'm going to do some epic name dropping right now, because years ago I spent a few different events with Lee Volman, the extraordinary actor and director, and I think Erpenbeck's novel Go Went Gone had just come out, and she recommended it to me, and it's long been on my list of books to buy and read, and I still hadn't gotten to it, but now, and especially understanding that she won the International Booker Prize again, Jenny Erpenbeck, it makes me wonder what it will be like to have the experience most people haven't had, which is to read this small book, these small, again, concise, introspective moments, glimpses of life, and then move on to the big novels for which she's very much known.
Exactly. She wrote these as a series of newspaper articles on the 20th anniversary of the Berlin Wall coming down. So she didn't initially conceive this as a book. It got assembled as a book to commemorate that. But it really works because, to my mind, the power comes from the combination of the quotidian with the extraordinary.
So how do you read this book? Do you really read it in one sitting?
I really read this book in one sitting. I know it's possible we won't read all our books in one sitting, but so far we're 2 for 2.
Same here, 2 for 2. And then do you find yourself going back to it, or how do you let it digest and sit with you after, especially as you're moving about in life and looking at life circumstances?
Well, first I read it, and then, okay, so that was one thing. And then when I realized when I selected this for our conversation, I read it 2 more times. And that way, because now having the overview, kind of understanding the arc of the book, I could slow down in a way and really pay attention to the sentence structure, the examples, the combination, the order, that when I read it at first, I was just more agog. I was like, this is amazing. This is amazing. and kind of taking it in, because I tend to read these books early in the morning.
Same here. Again, the same.
Right. I make my coffee. Right.
We are the same.
We are.
This is great. We never talk about. We have not talked about this.
No.
I do the same thing.
It's like sometimes it's still dark out, and then I'm waiting for the sun, but sometimes it's just early morning and it's quiet, and I can actually read the book cover to cover. And that, and like we talked about, I continue to think about these little books as world creations, that for this period of time, an hour and a half, you really go somewhere else. And because of the hour of the day, the phone's not ringing, or buzzing or anything like that. It's easy to put away the kind of texts and emails, and you get to enter a different space. And I think that the ability to do that, it's very tactile. It reminds me, I'm a parent, and it reminds me a little of what it used to be like to have one of my kids on my lap and read to them. And it's like you just hold this or them close. And I didn't expect to have that memory reading these little books, but in fact, it has that kind of memory for me.
The English Understand Wool, that's the last one we talked about for people wanting to go back. They can also check it out on our podcast. One last question for you, because you mentioned that, no, this isn't all extremely serious. There's a lot of humor. there's a moment where she wonders who's taking her things that disappear. What did that represent to you? What do you think she was suggesting, and that there was a personification of somebody's out there taking our things or removing things from our lives?
Right. I'll tell you what I think. I want to know what you think too. What I thought is like, is this the nature of things that, as some things come into our lives, other things disappear, and you don't expect it, but it does in fact happen. So that was one thing. Another I thought was kind of the forces of the state.
Yeah.
And what role that plays. And to me, I don't know, I hadn't put it together till you asked me that question, but I saw both of those.
I think I saw number one, that there is some sort of balance in life. Perhaps some of it is the ineffable, and that's how it exists in our life. Maybe we'll just leave it there. I love these conversations with you.
I love these conversations with you. I can't wait for our next one.
And you do have a couple of ideas. You're not ready to announce yet. But
Very soon.
We'll be doing this again very soon. Jill Medvedow, always great to see you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Jill Medvedow is the Director Emerita of the Institute of Contemporary Art. She's the literary connoisseur for our book club series, Read on Arrival. And again, we've been talking about Things That Disappear by Jenny Erpenbeck. And not to mention, Jill is the creative force behind all of this. Regularly, we'll discuss short books that you can read in just one sitting. Again, thank you. Coming up, a curator's notebook. Pedro Alonzo joins us for a debrief of 2 museum exhibitions and what they say about Latino artists on the rise and the Chicano movement. He's next on The Culture Show. Stay with us.
For Americans who want to leave the country and don't know where to start, there's a company to guide them through the process.
Most of our clients were in a category of people who were under pressure from the Trump administration, families with LGBTQ members and families with immigrants.
But some clients learn the grass isn't always greener on the other side. Next time on The World.
This afternoon at 3, here on GBH News 89.7.
Our programs are made possible thanks to you.
And MIT Sloan Executive Education, helping professionals stay competitive with 2 to 3 day courses on AI essentials, strategic leadership, and more. Details at executive.mit.edu. And the Lyric Stage, presenting Something Rotten, a side-splitting mashup of 16th century Shakespeare and 21st century musical theater, now through June 7th at Lyric Stage Boston. Tickets at lyricstage.com.
And Coco Badakian & Sons, offering antique rugs since 1938. A range of hand-knotted, modern, and antique oriental rugs are available to view in their showroom at 808 Main Street, Winchester, or online at cocorug.com.
Your community, your news, your favorite station.
It's all on the new GBH News app.
Download it today on the App Store and Google Play.
I'm Jared Bowen. This is The Culture Show live on 89.7 and streaming on the GBH News YouTube channel. It's time for our recurring feature, AI Actual Intelligence, where we tap into the most interesting thinkers in our region. Their insights and observations are totally original and algorithm-free. Today we're joined by Culture Show contributor Pedro Alonzo with dispatches from recent museum visits to Buffalo, New York, and Mexico City. Welcome back. Always great to see you.
Great to be here.
You weren't wearing your headphones. That's what you just took a moment to put on your headphones.
I totally forgot. I feel like I'm at home.
We kind of are. I think that's the problem of this show sometimes. Like as with Jill just now, you forget that people are actually listening. You're just having a great conversation.
Yes.
Well, let's shuffle off to Buffalo, shall we?
Yes.
And a museum experience that is many years in the making, from what I understand, but is really addressing this moment.
Yeah, so I started to hear about the show in Buffalo, as the artists would call it. Patrick Martinez, Alfonso Gonzalez, the galleries, Charlie James, the dealer, mentioned it. I thought, well, what is this show? And Lane and I decided to go up there, my wife and I. So we, for the opening, we invited ourselves as one of the perks of being a museum professional. You can invite yourselves to openings. Not really, but they were very gracious to invite us. And there were 53 artists in the show, if I'm not mistaken. And it's a massive show. Also, I'd never been to Buffalo. I didn't even realize it was right next to Niagara Falls, honestly. So, but the show was huge, and all these artists, and really wonderful energy. And it's, I've been to a couple of shows in the past where it really feels like you're witnessing a moment, right, when something is beginning to change. And the first thing we did was we went to see the collection. The Albright Knox is world famous for its collection, which is impressive. I mean, it's an amazing collection. It's been a contemporary art museum from its founding, so they've bought great things. And so that was wonderful. And then we went in to see the show. And
as you mentioned, it's Let Us Gather in Flourishing Ways. That's the name of the exhibition, Let Us Gather in Flourishing Ways, up through September 6th.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for that. Exactly, Let Us Gather in Flourishing Ways. And it was curated by Andrea Alvarez, their curator there. And it was just, it's all Latino artists. So as an immigrant to the United States, as someone who has kept an eye on Latino artists for a long time, I mean, there have always been one or two that have caught my attention, that have kind of had some resonance. But there's never been a moment when I've been so excited about the young artists, right? Particularly in LA. Now, this is a show from Latin America, the Latin American Caribbean diaspora, artists all over the United States. I'm particularly interested in what's happening in Los Angeles, and we've talked about that before. But to see all of these artists together under one roof at such a prestigious institution. Also, the fact that they mounted an ambitious tour, the Des Moines Art Center, the Phoenix Art Museum, the Fry Museum in Seattle.
So that's very significant that this show, in this time when shows like this and artists like this are being shut down, this show will go across the country.
Exactly. And I think it says a lot about not just the demand, right? The fact that there are Latinx communities all over this country who are eager to see, what Latinx artists are doing. I think it's really much more about the strength of the artists, right? Because in the end, the museums are very picky, right? They're very tricky about what, that's our job, right? To really find the best. And even in this era of inclusivity, which is a big part of what museums are trying to do now, compared to years past, it's really curating is an act of exclusion. I mean, I know people cringe when I say that, but that's basically what it is. You start with a really big list. And actually, the curator said that. She said, there are only 53 artists in the show. I wish there could have been 100. And I think she said that at the opening. And I think that says not just so much that there are these many artists out there, but also it says a lot about this idea of bringing people, artists into this context.
Well, the way you're describing it, I guess if we were to stay in New York for a moment, although we're talking about upstate New York and in Buffalo, but this is something akin to what we saw after the war and the abstract expressionists in Manhattan and how they were all coming together and how many great artists of the time were making art that was so significant and so important that began to be collected, like literally collected, but also collected and embraced within the museum world. It sounds like you're talking about something very similar, that people will look back to this as a very pivotal moment.
I think so. I think it's a time when this group of artists is making, you have this group of Latinx artists making amazing work. And museums are responding. And I think it's also important to talk about why it's what's resonating. We've had several of the artists here. Patrick Martinez is in the Buffalo show. There's an artist, Manuel Lopez. There were some artists who I discovered, Haley Omar Gonzalez, who I didn't know. So I was, I'm always searching for new artists. So that's part of the reason why I wanted to go, was to see who was up there that I didn't know, because obviously they had done exhaustive research.
So really great artists as we're establishing, artists who necessarily haven't had the platform as we're establishing. What are they addressing throughout their works?
Well, what's interesting is, an artist like Patrick Martinez, for example, he's not, there's, it's less about the anger at resentment of racism and exclusion, right? And it's more about the contributions of this community, right? And I think that that's very beautiful and very powerful, because, not only do we consume more tortillas and salsa than we consume bread and ketchup in this country now, right? It's not just the food, right? There's so many contributions. But I think someone like Patrick does an amazing job observing the urban environment in LA, and then representing it in his paintings. And then you have there also, a lot of these artists are looking at embracing their heritage, not with shame, and not trying to be something they're not, but really elevating who they are and where they come from. So someone like Rafa Esparza's use of adobe, which he learned from his father or grandfather, I can't remember.
It was his father. I was reading about it
Father,
this morning.
thank you, from his father. And so that these elements, right, and also reaching back into millenary, reaching back hundreds of years into pre-Hispanic cultures, right? So Patrick often references the murals of Cacaxtla in Mesoamerica, in Puebla. But also the use of visual metaphors. So, for example, again, Patrick's use of the bougainvillea as a sign of hybridity, as a symbol of hybridity. I think these are very powerful, right? And then you have someone like Alfonso Gonzalez Jr. and Manuel Lopez, who are both painting these beautiful cityscapes, right? Landscapes of Los Angeles. But, Alfonso inserts elements like, burned out cars. There's a really wonderful painting he had in a recent show of a Porsche that was burned in the Palisades, right? Saying a lot about LA. And he's made many car paintings about, these situations where people are living out of their cars. So the cars are there's kind of this uncanny thing. You're wondering, why is that car covered with a mattress and all this junk around it? Well, it's because someone's living in it.
Again, we've been talking about the show Let Us Gather in Flourishing Ways on through September 6th at the Albright Knox Gallery in Buffalo, New York. I'm speaking with Pedro Alonzo, independent curator and culture show contributor who joins us every month. So let's move, as we often do. I'm so jealous because it is one of my favorite cities, Mexico City, where you have been again. What should we be paying attention to there if we're fortunate enough to make it there, or at least read about?
Wow. Well, so this show called Aslan Túnel del Tiempo, Aslan, the Tunnel of Time. It's at the Museum of Beaux-Arts, the Palacio de Bellas Artes, which is an outstanding building in the center of the city with murals by the masters, right?
Diego Rivera.
Yeah, exactly. Tamayo. Yeah. And then they had this show about what they call, what in Mexico we refer to as Chicano art, right? And this is really important because, the Chicano community, Mexicans, this is really a show about the Mexican diaspora. The other show was about a more kind of Latin and Caribbean diaspora. This is really about Mexico and the United States. And it kind of goes back to the Treaty of Guadalupe in 1843 when the U.S. took over a third of Mexico's territory, right, which is basically all of the Southwest, New Mexico, Arizona, California, it's Colorado. And it kind of starts there with the exclusion and discrimination and racism and that kind of thing, and then this movement to be recognized, right? And in many cases, these were people who were already there, right, along with the Native Americans, right, and they were already there. So, but the show really focuses on LA, that culture, but again, so there's this history. And then there's the contemporary part, which was what I was most excited about. And then there was really interesting crossover. So Rafa Esparza is in both shows. Alfonso Gonzalez is in both shows. And so is Shizu Salamando. And this is the museum that had the big Picasso show, that had the big Russian avant-garde show, that had the big Gabriel Orozco show. So this is sort of like Mexico's showcase for important exhibitions. So for this to be there was also really important. And I have to say
this isn't serendipity. There is something happening right now.
Absolutely. And it's also, I would say that Mexicans traditionally haven't been very kind to the Chicano community, right? They're cousins in the North, right? So for Mexico to do this is just as significant as for Buffalo to do it, right?
Well, again, given the timing, we know what has been said about Mexico by at least some of this country and the administration, but art has a different answer.
Yes, art has a different answer, and I think this exhibition, my favorite room was a room that was dedicated to cars and freeway culture. And you had these car crash paintings by John Valadez. And in the back, as you walked in, there was this kind of like this collective had built these sort of freeway columns. And behind it was a painting by Alfonso Gonzalez with these gorgeous palm trees and the beautiful California, kind of like today, actually, right? Or yesterday, and that beautiful blue sky with these long palm trees and this burned out car in an empty lot. And I just thought it was so cool. And then from there, you walk into Guadalupe Rosales' room, which has, her work deals a lot with rave culture and parties and kind of this empowerment through gathering, right? And she's really looking at that history, which was huge in LA.
That's a long way from Picasso.
Yeah. Yes. And she's looking at chrome bicycles and that kind of more lowrider culture. And then the last room, which is where Beatriz Cortés is and Rafa Esparza, there's this gigantic Adobe Millennium Falcon on the ground, and it has the
it's just before the George Lucas Museum is opening.
Yeah, I know, that's where it should be. And on top of it is inscribed the Aztec calendar symbols. So you're like, it's just fascinating. It was just, and so for me, seeing both of these shows, this is why I wanted to bring it up here, talk about it here, is I think you're absolutely right, Jared. I think that there is this moment now where we're seeing an openness to a group of artists, but also an openness that is very well deserved, because they're making great art. Like, all of these are artists that I'm trying to visit regularly, whose work I'm following, and who I've, in some cases, have already brought to Boston.
Well, Pedro, thank you for sharing your travels as always. And people, even if they can't make it to Mexico City, they can certainly look at the images. They can go back to our YouTube stream to see all the images. Always important to buy the catalog, especially if we know that this is going to be a record of a moment. Thank you. Great to see you as always.
Great to see you. Thanks.
Culture Show contributor Pedro Alonzo is an independent curator and joins us every month. Thank you for listening to another edition of The Culture Show. A reminder that this Friday is our watch party. We're not doing our weekend review this Friday, but we're going to have our watch party, our monthly movie club, where we revisit a classic film and ask you if it still holds up. So this Friday, we'll be discussing All the President's Men, which turns 50 this year. Come join us at our studio at the Boston Public Library to register your vote on the film. And tune in tomorrow for Broadway sensation Megan Hilty and famed musician and writer Peter Wolf, back with more tales out of Hollywood. I'm Jared Bowen. Have a great day.
The Culture Show is made possible in part by a generous contribution from the Fiducia Fund, proud to support this station's arts and culture programming.
Spend your afternoon with us. Stay with us for GBH's All Things Considered at 4 and Marketplace at 6:30. But first, the world. a global view of today's headlines from the World Newsroom, right here on GBH 89.7.
Support for our programs comes from you.
And Boston Ballet, presenting The Sleeping Beauty. The timeless fairy tale is brought to life with exquisite choreography and Tchaikovsky's glorious score. Performed live by the Boston Ballet Orchestra. Opens May 28th. Tickets at bostonballet.org. Turning the camera inward, a filmmaker seeks out the blank spaces in her family's history and unpacks the multi-generational trauma shaped by displacement. Independent Lens, Light of the Setting Sun. Tonight at 10 on GBH2.
Hey, it's Ari Shapiro from NPR's All Things Considered, here to say there's a new way to enjoy and support some of your favorite NPR shows. It's called NPR Plus. For a small donation, NPR Plus allows you to listen to a bunch of NPR podcasts. You also get exclusive bonus content from shows like Planet Money and Wait, Wait, Don't Tell Me. And the best part, when you sign up for NPR Plus, your donation supports this station.
Learn more and sign up today at gbh.org/NPR Plus.
You're listening to 89.7 WGBH HD1 Boston. Online at gbhnews.org. GBH News. What matters to you?